to start. I'd like to welcome everyone to the general meeting for March. This has got an echo. Welcome to those in the gallery and also to the councillors and those listening online. You just got to fix that echo.
No, Kathy's got his other one on.
Testing is, no, it's still echoing.
Hello. Oh no, that's working now.
It's got an echo.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, yours is on now.
Okay, well, so mine's echoing for some reason, but anyway, we'll call for leave of absence and apologies. So I don't believe we've got any, except we've got CEO Mark is away and we have acting CEO Kerry Anderson, who's doing a wonderful job. Mark's daughter was married, Charlotte, this last week, and it was from the photos I saw, it was a beautiful wedding. It was great to see Mark having some time off, some well-deserved time off. So we'll move on to prayers, and I'd like to ask Bruce Wilding from the Wandai Baptist Church to come forward and offer prayers for the council meeting and for the councillors. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for the privilege of being here, and it's great that as a council you guys continue to... Why do those things always do that? Yeah, it's great that as a council you start in this manner with a devotional thought and a prayer, when so much of our government, our leadership is walking away from it. Just share a couple of quick thoughts. The book of Daniel is an interesting read. Daniel chapter 6, verses 4 and 5, they wrote that they could find no charge or fault because he was faithful, nor was there any error or fault found in him. Then these men said, "We shall not find any charge against Daniel unless we find it concerning the law of God." An interesting character. The Bible makes no pretense of whitewashing any of the characters on the way through. Daniel was a teenager, obviously of faith, taken prisoner of war, taken captive, trained and in all the ways of the nation that took him captive, prisoner in a foreign land, but his faith was never, ever shaken. He'd risen up in the tasks he'd been given. I guess you could almost call him the CEO. Time goes by and Daniel's the CEO, doing a job in the government, answerable to the king. Unfortunately, some of Daniel's peers were not very happy. They were jealous because he had integrity. He had tenacity. He got on, showed up, did the job. But he also showed up their ineptness, their moral emptiness, whatever else there was. Doing right always brings opposition. So what did they do? They got their heads together and put some stuff before the king. Anyone that asks anything of any god, any leader, any person other than you for the next month, feed them to the lions. Hey, isn't it great to get a bit of an ego boost and Yes, so the king reads it, looks at it and says, "Where do I sign?" So what did Daniel do? When he knew that the document had been signed, he went about business as usual. He knelt down on his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks to God, as he did from the early days. His integrity hadn't changed. He didn't do things to, well, I'll just be a narc and upset the king. I guess most of us have heard Daniel in the lion's den, and Daniel was subsequently put into the lion's den. But God sent an angel. My imagination runs away with me a little bit there, because Daniel's in the lion's den, God sent the angel's sitting there with a couple of lions, their tummies are rumbling, and there's dinner sitting over there. No, guys, just wait. If you have that one, you've got to share them. If you wait until the morning, you're getting a smorgasbord. And that's exactly what happened. God protected Daniel because of Daniel's integrity, because of Daniel's faith, because Daniel did the right thing. And I believe that for every one of us, when we're prepared to stand up for what is right, not always popular, will often draw similar, particularly in today's supposedly social media era, which some of it I think gets pretty unsociable, but will always draw opposition. Do we compromise and go away happy? And I don't know about you, but there's times that I certainly have compromised because the pressure gets too much, whatever else it may be. But at the end of the day, the integrity wins over the compromise. We know in our own hearts when we've done right. We know in our own souls. And ultimately, when we do the right thing, we'll end up with some of the support that goes with it, but certainly with the support from God. Bless you guys as you go about the business of counsel of the community. I know it's hard. From years of pastoral ministry, I know that there's plenty of opposition out there, whether it be counsel, whether it be pastoral, whether it be business, whatever it might be. But hang in there, keep your integrity. I'd love to have someone write on my gravestone, "We can't find any fault with him except in his faith." But if they did, they either don't know me or they're an absolute liar, one or the other. I know that I'm flawed and full. Let's just have a word of prayer. Loving Father, as our elected councillors, as the staff team come together to deal with matters of business and issues concerning the life of our community as a whole, Father, as they look at things that need to be done, as they interact with so many external sources and demands and regulations, Lord, just give them the wisdom, the integrity, the tenacity to hang in there and to do what's right. In Jesus' precious name.
Thank you, Bruce, for those beautiful words of wisdom. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Cathy, and as I say, it's a privilege to have been able to be involved. Thank you.
So now call on Councillor Linda Little to recognise the traditional owners. Thank you.
I'd like to acknowledge the country and the land where we meet today, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge our elders, both past and present. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. So now I'd like to call on Barbara Anderson to come up and for a petition, and Therese Vaughan is going to also speak. Just letting you know that you've got 15 minutes to address council, and there can be no interaction, no questions. We'll just hear what you have to say and then receive your deputation. Thank you.
Good morning. There is Kathy Duff and councillors. My name is Barbara Anderson, and Therese will cover whatever I've missed. We'd like to thank Linda Little for the opportunity and to table the request for the urgent update to the bitumen surface of Whittaker Road. Our reasons for this are for the serious health concerns due to dust and secondary for the safety concerns. As you can see on your copy of our submission, Whittaker Road is the sole through road connecting Old Yarraman Road and Old Esk Road, which brings a wide range of traffic with speeding, garbage trucks for one, on their return trips, stirring up dust, as well as a lot of other local residents using the road to our local landfill, which saves them a longer route through Nanango via George Street. Recreation vehicles use this road to the bike trails and to the Yarraman Forestry. And also there's the Phoenix Motocross Park also out that way. Also the 7 Mile diggings. We have seen convoys of up to 12 to 33 four-wheel drive vehicles travelling fast and stirring up dust. Service vehicles regularly travel on the to the NBN tower for maintenance and upgrades. The school bus travels the Old Yarraman Road from Old Esk North Road daily. All these create dangerous elevated dust levels, affecting the health of the residents of the road. Respiratory conditions pre-existing and developing in our children and elderly, as well as allergic reactions, eye irritation and skin problems. Homes are affected, compromising indoor air quality, as well as settling on roofs and contaminating our rainwater tanks. Mental health and stress levels are impacted as outdoor activities, including washing out to dry, and it leaves us unable to enjoy our outdoor and rural lifestyle, the reason we live there. The road creates infrastructure challenges for landowners during heavy rainfall. Inadequate drainage causes flooding and erosion and hazards and impassable roads at times. Safety risks to motorists, local and passing traffic, costly maintenance results. And upgrading to bitumen would address these issues, eliminating dust and associated health problems, provide proper drainage with extra culverts to prevent flooding, reduce maintenance costs, improve the road safety and accessibility, enhance the overall well-being of the community. Also, speeding and hooning are another problem. A stop sign at the intersection of Whittaker Road to Old Yarraman Road would be helpful. There are safety concerns of Old Esk Road N2 at the crest of the hill at the rise there, with people turning into Whittaker Road from there. If I've missed anything, Therese, would you like to continue? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Good morning. Just as a follow-on from Barbara, You need to be aware that there's actually 11 rural properties on Whittaker Road, 1 vacant lot of land, and 1 additional property that's currently unoccupied. I'd like to also say that the South Burnett Regional Council was created in 2008 with the amalgamation of the former shires of Kingaroy, Mergen, Nanango and Wandai. Before the amalgamation, funds were allocated in 2008 to upgrade Whittaker Road to bitumen. If Whittaker Road warranted upgrading in 2008 and nothing was done, why would it not warranted doing it now? Barbara actually touched on that there is we're the only thoroughfare, and that's because Lanes Road is now closed, blocked both sides. So Whittaker Road is the main thoroughfare. I also just dispersed a letter of support from Bellington School Bus, who raises a lot of concerns about the safety of the children that he's transporting up and down the road. And as you can see, the main points of that is safety, that the road is corroded, and that there has been dumping of rocks, dirt, fill, etc. in front of the NBN tower. But that's not our only problem that we actually have with the road. Flooding, there's more flooding of more resident properties. The grading and channelling of Whittaker Road have altered the natural flow of floodwater. This now impacts several homes, not just farmland as it did in the past. Some residents are bearing more than their fair share of floodwater runoff. The grading of road drains has unnaturally directed water to specific areas instead of allowing it to disperse evenly with the natural lay of the land. As Barbara said, that there's actually more traffic. There's actually been reported of at least 2 accidents on Whittaker Road. And what actually happens is that in some sections of the road, it is nearly impossible to safely move to the left to oncoming traffic, especially when encountering trucks, buses, or drivers unfamiliar with our road conditions. So with those incidents of accidents, they've actually crashed through residents' front fences. Fortunately, no one has been seriously injured, but it's purely a matter of luck at this point. What I'm actually putting to all you as councillors is to advocate on our behalf. We've raised our concerns of safety, of the condition of the road with the eroding, and I'm hoping that you'll actually put into action something to actually address this by putting in a bitumen road with proper drainage. Thank you.
Thank you, Therese. Just also might get Therese and Barbara, are you able to leave that with our General Manager of Infrastructure, leave your presentations, because you've got quite a few details there that we need to know about, the drainage, the width, all of those things, and potentially a stop sign. We can look at all of that. Are you able to give our Infrastructure Manager, Aaron, General Manager, a copy of the presentation? Or even if you can email it later on, that would be great. Just a copy of the presentation. Oh, okay. Well, maybe just send it as a email it to General Manager Aaron, because there's a lot of detail in that we need to look at to Yeah, thank you for the presentation. All right, we'll move on. So we're going to back to declarations of interest. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Do we have to move that the petition be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration and bring a report back to a meeting of council? Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter. Someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So just going back to the declarations of interest that's item number 5 on page 5. So we've got, I believe that Councillor Deb, Councillor Jane and Councillor Heath have all got declarations. So I'll hand over to Councillor Jane to address the meeting.
I, Councillor Jane Erkins, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to 16.1 EBA Update 4. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a close associate, being an employee of South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Councillor Deneen.
I, Councillor Deb Deneen, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 16.1 EBA Update 4. This is declarable conflict of interest arises due to a related party, a close associate, being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Deb. Councillor Heath.
I don't think our speakers are working because we can't hear, so I don't know whether they're actually working online or not from this side. If anyone can check. Yeah, there's no sound coming through our speakers. I'll need someone else to talk to hear it, that's all. I just want to make sure it's working online, that's all.
So, Councillor Heath, is that working now?
No. Yeah, the light's working, but the speakers, there's no sound coming through the speakers.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I've just double checked, and one of the staff members who's online has said that she can hear you loud and clear.
Righto, thank you. I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.1, the EBA update number 4, and this prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is being discussed and voted upon.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. We're moving on now to item 7.1, the minutes of the council meeting held on the 19th of February 2025 on page 10. The officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 19th of February 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item number 8 is notices of motion. We don't have any on page 38. Moving on to Councillor divisional updates, item 9 on page 38. So as Mayor, I will lead this update. So happy Harmony Week, everyone. We're all wearing orange today because it's Harmony Week and orange is the colour for harmony. It was a pleasure to attend the opening of the Harmony Garden at the Kingaroy State School and sample the food grown from their garden yesterday. We've had a busy month with Cyclone Alfred causing concern. We escaped without any damage and even missed most of the rain, which was disappointing for some of our farming areas. I extend our best wishes to those councillors who have suffered damage from Cyclone Alfred. Councillor Height and I travelled to the Civic Leaders Forum in Brisbane recently. There was a meet and greet on the first night where I was able to catch up with Premier David Crisafulli and congratulate him on his leadership during the cyclone period. I also caught up with the Honourable Anne Lay and used the opportunity to talk to her about some of our water issues. A highlight of the forum was Premier David Crisafulli signing a partnership agreement with the President of the Local Government Association, Matt Burnett. In signing the agreement, the Premier committed to the state government no longer dictating to our sector, but instead working closely with local government to review a lot of the issues that are causing major concerns. This includes the current depreciation model, which is a concern for our council and many others across Queensland. Roads are always a major focus, and our crews are currently doing temporary flood repairs from the damage caused in the December-January flood event. This work is being funded by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. We are also going through an assessment process where we work with QRA to assess the damaged sections of roads. Once they have agreed that the damage was flood related, it is signed off for permanent repairs, and the sections of roads identified are then packaged up and contractors are called through a tender process. It will take a long time to get through our whole road network. We will do our very best to let everyone know if and when their road will be done and the extent of the planned work. As we approach the first 12 months of our term in office, I would like to thank the staff and my fellow councillors for the way you have stepped up and worked together with me for the good of our community. As John C. Maxwell wrote, teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you, and now call on Deputy Mayor Jane for Division 1's update.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Cathy, for this opportunity, which we all have to address our community. One of the big things for the month in Nanango was the Back to Nanango Day, which was held up at Ringsfield House. And it's really great to see activities happening at Ringsfield House, and our Scone Day and our open house and the art gallery up there the first Saturday of the month is always good. But speaking of Ringsfield House, it's actually thank you to Ros Gregor, a former resident, and her fabulous band of volunteers over a 24-year basis that we have this great house. And it was with much sadness that I received the news that Ros Gregor had passed away. So I'd just like to, for those who are unaware of the contribution she made to our community, just like to go over a little bit of what she did. In 2011, she was actually South Burnett Citizen of the Year, but in 1991, she was a councillor on the Nanango Shire Council. She was a deputy mayor from 94 to 97, and in 97, she challenged Reg McCallum for the role of mayor. So she was defeated in that, but she came back in 2000, and from 2000 until 2004, where she was deputy mayor. She was also part of the transition committee, taking the shires into amalgamation. But one of the things probably that I want to speak about is Ros Gregor the person, and she was an absolutely amazing friend. She was just such a great, Nanango was in her blood. She was really a forward-thinking councillor. There is so much. You talk about councillors and what they achieved and things that happened during their reign on council, and really most of it is a team behind you, and it's what a team achieved. But honestly, Ros Gregor just got out and did things, and she just dragged the council along with her. Ringsfield House is just one of the things. I know the Ros Gregor Park Run is conducted on the Ros Gregor Nature Walk. That was a great achievement, and in those days, to think of people going out walking was very alien to a group of elderly male councillors, but she dragged them into that. The Masonic Lodge, she basically, her and Len Bockman, I think, did most of the renovations on that themselves. There are so many things in Nanango that are attributed to her. The Information Centre, I know she was with the Energy Museum. She was really the driver of that going there. She was also part of the aged care units in Nanango. She was part of just so many things in Nanango. But as I said, as a friend, so it's a great friend, she had the great ability to make volunteers feel so much a part of whatever they were involved in. She just got in. You went to Ringsfield House, it was like visiting her home. There are so many volunteers who helped her, and they all did it with such willingness, because it was something that was very dear to all of them. So I'd just like to, on behalf of her family, invite her friends and to her funeral, which will be held as per her wishes at the chapel at Ringsfield House. And that's at 11 a.m. on the 29th of March. And I'd like to pay my respects to what she achieved to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. And yes, we, on behalf of Council, extend our deepest sympathies to Roz's family. And she certainly was a community champion, and everything that you've said is absolutely true. So thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Jane, for your address. And I'll hand over to Councillor Linda Little.
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. Good morning to everyone in the room and those watching online. This is a quick roundup of the past month, and since the last council meeting there have been lots of committee meetings, community meetings and events to attend. South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group held their AGM and general meeting, and at that general meeting it was decided that our next event to raise awareness of suicide prevention will be held on Saturday the 29th of March, just holding up this little poster here, which has been beautifully done, at all the 4 park runs that are held in the South Burnett. A massive thank you to park run organisers for allowing us to link in with you, and we'd like to invite you all to come along, run, walk, just stop, have a chat with us, wear yellow and show your support for suicide awareness. I have attended all the Division 2 school student leader badge ceremonies, and they've all been absolutely outstanding, and it's so wonderful to see all these young people putting up their hand to be the leaders of the future. The Bunya Mountains Dingo stakeholder meeting was held at the Bunya Mountains, where the best practice dingo management was discussed. They've also launched their Bunya Mountains Dingo Management pamphlet, sorry, that's the word, on the best way to deal with dingoes if you see them, and what not to do, what to do, how to avoid them, what to do if one comes too close to you. And this is a really informative little pamphlet, and if you can get a hold of one, please follow what it says, because it's all about keeping you safe, especially when you go up to the Bunya Mountains. Being involved in the local disaster management group meetings was really eye-opening when we were dealing with the Cyclone Alfred event. We are extremely lucky that we missed out on any serious storms or wind, rain here, but we were lucky down in the Division 2 end to get a really good amount of rain, and but it wasn't too severe and we didn't get any major damage, so that was really great. Obviously it did impact some of our roads, and there's still plenty of requests coming through for road repairs, and I just want to assure everybody in Division 2 that our road crews are working as hard and as fast as they can to get some repairs done. A lot of them at the moment are temporary repairs, just to get the roads usable and passable. And then once all of our disaster funding comes through, we'll be getting those roads done more permanently. There are lots of community events happening around Division 2. It's starting to become the busy time of the year with all the shows and fundraising activities and all of that. So if you want to keep up to date with everything, it's really a good idea to link in with your social media groups, especially your local community pages. You visit South Burnett website or, again, social media, Burnett Online, your local papers, the radio, or you can just follow my councillor Facebook page and I'll try to keep everybody as up to date as I possibly can. So since we are limited to 3 minutes for our reports at the moment, I will conclude with, if you have any questions or concerns or suggestions, please don't hesitate to contact me. And thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Councillor Little. I'll hand over to Councillor Danita Potter for the Division 3 update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. I'd like to start and say thank you to Councillor Linda Little for talking about Hope Week, because to me suicide prevention and suicide awareness is extremely important. So Hope Week is a new thing that we brought out through suicide prevention working groups throughout Australia, and we do thank, like Linda said, we do thank the park runs in Proston, Blackbutt, Nanango and Wondai for letting us join in with them, because we figured let's not reinvent the wheel. We've already got some amazing park runs throughout the South Burnett, so we thought we'd work in with them. And if you come along and to the park runs, there will be cake, because where there's cake, there's hope, and there's always cake. Okay, so with some other things that we've got happening around our area, we've also got the Kingaroy Library has got some amazing stuff on, especially over the Easter weekend. They've got the scavenger hunt in the libraries, and apparently the Easter Bunny's favourite song is Don't Worry, Be Hoppy. That's from the library staff, so thank you very much to the library staff for giving me that one. They've got so many different activities at each branch, but the Kingaroy session is planned for Tuesday the 8th of April at 10 a.m. And the State Library of Queensland is running a campaign at the moment, like How Do You Library? So the South Burnett libraries will be taking part in this campaign and posting a series of photos up on their Facebook page, on social media, with staff answering how they library. We would also like to open that question to the public via the online form, so feel free to let us know. There is, as I said, there is so much here, so follow that QR code with regards to the library. There is the Centrecare Easter Day coming up in April 16th at Memorial Park, and the library is also going to have a little pop-up session there with simple Easter crafts for the kids. There's an outreach and school visit, so a couple of outreach sessions planned for St John's, and also Haley Street Learning Centre, and they have a group of Coolabunny School children visiting the library on the 27th of March. They've also got a resume and writing workshop for teens, which is really important, so that will be an extremely good workshop for them. And they're doing that in partnership with Kingaroy State High School and a group of students to attend the library for that one. The Queensland Public Library Association having their conference in Townsville from the 24th to the 28th of March. And the theme of the conference is resilience and sustainability in the library workforce. So hopefully we've got some staff going up there to learn all about that. The libraries, in addition to what we do in all of our libraries in the area, they have some amazing things. Mondays, we've got the JPs in the community in our libraries between 12 and 2 every weekday. And on Mondays, we've got rhyme time at 9:30 on Monday, and we've got book club from 10 to 11 on the second Monday of the month. Tuesdays is the child health dropping clinics from 9 till 12, and the third Tuesday of the month. The social cards from 9:30 to 11:30 every Tuesday. And remember, all of this information is available on the library Facebook page. And we've got Wednesdays is story time at 10 a.m. and Genealogy Society meet there from 9 till 12 on Wednesdays. Kids Corner is from 3:30 to 4:30 every Wednesday. And Thursdays is Tech Help from 10 to 11. If my dad is listening, please go. So we've also got the Angel Knitters at 9 till 12 on the fourth Thursday of the month. My dad's going to kill me for that one. And on Fridays, they've got the stay and play at 10 a.m. on Fridays. They've got the social crochet group and also a Spanish group from 3 till 5 every Friday. And on Saturday at 9:30, on the second Saturday of the month, they've got Movie Madness. So our libraries are an amazing space. So check out your local libraries and see what they've got on there. The other thing I just want to bring up is thank you to South Burnett community for pinking up, and thank you to the McGrath Foundation for the Pinking Up South Burnett Award, which is for the whole South Burnett community. And I do thank everyone very much for joining in on that. At the moment, it's displayed at the Kingaroy chambers if you come in at the front desk there, and it's going to be moved to the different offices. The staff are going to move it around. I would also like to thank the Kingaroy Regional Art Gallery for an amazing opening, and don't forget next year they've got the David Bryce Art Awards coming up. But David Bryce was an amazing artist from the South Burnett and a great conservationist for the South Burnett. We've got Youth Council starting up this week. We've had the RADF committee meeting, so that should be coming to next council meeting. We've just done some amazing stuff. And also don't forget, as a date claimer, the South Burnett Partnerships for Kids are having under 8s day in the park on Thursday the 3rd of July, so please put that in your diaries for that. And I'd like to finish off just with something a little bit more serious with regards to the Australian Early Development Census data, which is classed as the AEDC data. This data was collected in 2024. The next lot will probably not be out until, it was meant to be out in March, but I don't think we'll see it for a few months yet. But I really am concerned about the little ones in our community, because we need to make sure that they're being looked after. Doing the things like rhyme time and story time are fantastic, but where we sit in that AEDC data last time was not good, and I don't think our next one will be good. And I'm even more saddened to hear now that there are tablet holders and phone holders that sit on prams for people. This to me is really, I find this quite devastating. So please take your kids to the library, take them to the park. Please do not, if possible, sit them in front of a tablet or an iPhone. That is not the way. So they need nature, they need exercise, they need to be out in public. But if you've got anything you'd like to discuss with me, please give me a phone call or send me an email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Potter, for a passionate address there. I'll hand over to Councillor Deneen for a Division 4 update.
Good morning, everybody. Just a few things. We're very privileged to do what we do, and thank you to the councillors and the staff for the 12 months we've had together already. It's been wonderful, and of course our mayor. It's been a very interesting, challenging, and very rewarding, guys. I was trying to think of the right word. Thank you. Very rewarding most of the time. Rewarding things like I did get to judge the horses at Mergan Show, which isn't a council role, but to see the amount of people at the show, and the president is only 19 years old, and the regional shows are on at the moment, and they're a great showcase of our region. Cattle prices are good. I was lucky enough to send some steers to Coolangatta the other day, and we got quite good money for them, which was lovely. That nice little bit of rain that we had, so grateful Alfred didn't get here, and saddened for the people that Alfred affected, but we certainly got a beautiful 50 mils of rain, which was just wonderful. We've got so much going on. Clean Up Australia Day at Carroll Nature Reserve at the top of Fisher Street, attended by a lovely group of people and a lot of young people. It was great. So to see those young people out there helping, definitely not in front of tablets. That's what we want them to do. We want them to be outdoors, having fun, contributing to the society, as many of our young people here do. We were lucky enough to have morning tea at Blackbutt with the Honourable Anne Lay and our Attorney General, the Honourable Deb Frecklington, looked after by Blackbutt Yarram and CWA, which was a great opportunity to speak to both of those women about our region, and they certainly care. They have a lot of experience, and we don't stop knocking on their door, and we keep chasing them and saying, this is what we need, this is what our community wants. And there's so many things. We're looking forward to the next conference where we can put those motions to the federal government as well as the state government, because, you know, we get a part of the pie. It's just not quite big enough. All we need is a little bit extra and we'll be fine. I was lucky enough to go to the Bowie Hall AGM last night, and they're planning another dance after their successful 100-year celebration. Their dances will be on the 7th of June, which will be great. So anybody, and they also do, it's a lovely facility for somebody looking for an area to have a party, to do some, perhaps of a wedding or practice dance. It's a really good little hall and you can hire it. We also have Nanango races are back on the 17th of May. We'll have a lovely meeting there. We've got lots of people keen and looking forward to. That's the week after Burren Down, which is a wonderful local race meeting. Many of us went to see Ando while he was here, a refugee in Australia who has, I didn't realise, had won the Archibald as well as the Book of the Year in Australia, and what a joy that was. You just went from crying to laughing, and it was so worth going. So we've had so much going on and we've got so much more planned. I'm really grateful to be involved in this and grateful to everybody who helps out all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Janine. I'll call on Councillor Sander for the Division 5 update.
Good morning, everybody, online and in the chambers. Over the last month, as I'm not one to prepare for anything, so I haven't written anything, I'm just going off the cuff. But over the last month, we've had the Proston show, which was very well attended, and I'd like to congratulate Mort, the president out there, and his team. I don't believe it was record numbers, but it would have been up there close to the record numbers. And I'd also like to congratulate the Mergen show president, Josh Steinhardt, and his team, with probably one of the biggest shows that I've seen there in the last probably 10 years. So it was very well attended. Luckily, the rain stayed away from both events. So it was, I believe Proston was the only show. Colin Boyce announced that it was the only show in Queensland run on that weekend. So that was good to have that outcome. We also had the fishing comp put on by the Kingaroy Sports Fishing Club. Sean and Bob and the guys at the Kingaroy Sports Fishing Club did a Tag-a-Toga weekend out there, and it was very well attended. That same weekend, on that same day, we did the Clean Up Australia Day at Highsville, which was attended by all the councillors except one, but she was let off the hook because she was volunteering somewhere else. So that was good that we did the clean up for the curbside collection at Highsville, and it was a good outcome, I believe. We've had positive reports on that. We've had, I'd just like to let the residents know that we've had we're moving forward with a positive outcome, I believe, for the Coiner Waste Facility. Just keeping that, keeping the residents updated on that. When we get an outcome, I'll be able to notify them on the outcome of that. So it's moving forward in a positive manner. So, and also just an update on some of the road repairs that are happening in Division 5. There's some curb failure replacement happening in Rodney Street at Proston. There'll be Cobb Street South, I believe. There'll be some curb repairs done there to prevent flooding. And Rippengale Street at Moffedale and Tingura Chelmsford Road's under construction at the moment, so that extra 1.2 kilometres, I believe, or 1 kilometre is 2.1 is being done there, so that should be completed, I believe. Well, it's under construction now, so I think it's an 8-week project, so it should be complete then. And if you got any concerns or anything you'd like to discuss, please contact me via it's on the council website or Facebook page. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. I'll hand over to Councillor Height for Division 6 update.
morning and welcome to an update of Division 6. Always a lot happening in Division 6. School leader investitures are always enjoyable. It's lovely to see young people stepping up into leadership roles. I'd like to congratulate the fledgling Balogi community group who had an inaugural day out, which is a great little community. The valuable member with Deb Frecklington, as a few people have mentioned, and local government minister Anne Lay, to discuss issues relevant to both levels of government to our mutual benefit. Not very newsworthy, hopefully never newsworthy, is the quarterly audit meeting, but just wanted to let you know we do have those meetings, a good committee ensuring everything compliant. Congratulations to the Kingaroy Men's Shed on its opening, and we're still working to get a shed for the Wondai Men's Shed, who are a very dynamic group and very much looking for a location. As mentioned by a few people, Clean Up Australia Day in Hivesville. I don't think I've ever known a councillor group so hardworking. And special thanks to federal member Colin Boyce on his announcement of $4.5 million for the Wondai Industrial Estate Stage 2, if they are successful in the next federal election. I think Heath must have forgotten to mention Wandja Hall gets 18,000 and Hivesville Progress 100,000. So all lovely to get a bit of funding into our regions. I was privileged to be one of the guest speakers at International Women's Day at Kingaroy High School. Well done to the organisers on working to reduce inequities in our society. Wondai Art Gallery had a lovely opening for its latest exhibition, and the Garden Expo competition is next month. So if you're an artist, there's some good opportunities to enter there. We did have all sorts of plans cancelled in fear of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Certainly we didn't get much rain at all, but I'm glad some people got a bit of rain. As Mayor Duff mentioned, attended the Civic Leaders Workshop conference in Brisbane last week, relevant and informative speakers, and it's often a great networking opportunity with other fellow councillors, and you get some great ideas. Last weekend, I was involved in a number of St Patrick Day events, Cheapers Chips at Cumbia and the Wondai Hospital Auxiliary Trivia Night, which my team did not win. But we did not get the wooden spoon, so that's good. Already mentioned about the Harmony Garden. I love to see young people getting involved in growing vegetables and eating them, so that's fantastic. Coming up, we do have Geelong State School has its centenary in May, so we are working to do a few upgrades out at Geelong. The other thing coming up important is weekend in Wondai over the Anzac Day weekend in partnership with Bicycle Queensland. We should have over 200 people staying in Wondai for 3 days and riding the rail trail and out to the ration shed and all sorts of things. So that will be a fantastic activity. And I think, yeah, everybody's mentioned about parkrun. So we'll just mention parkrun is one word with a small p. That's how it likes to be spelt. But as a great supporter of parkrun, always encouraging anyone to come. And you don't need to do anything. You can just turn up. We can register you on the day. We've all got phones, or most of our regulars have got phones where we can register you. It's all free. Once you've registered once, you can come anytime and use the same barcode. So thank you. And I'm always available if anybody has any issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Height, for the Division 6 update. So we're moving on to item 10 on page 39, which is the business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting. So the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Could someone move that? Councillor Deneen, someone to second that? Councillor Little. Any questions?
I was just waiting for,
Deputy Mayor Jane.
Thank you. I was waiting for Councillor Little. The golf club, I just wondered how that discussion is going with the golf club in Nanango and the beekeepers, whether their lease has been signed. I know we had to have a discussion with the golf club for that access. I just wondered how that's going.
What page is that on?
That's on page 56, 57.
So do we have Manager Craig? Did you have an update on that one?
Unfortunately, Mayor, no, I don't. We haven't actually got Rebecca with us at the present moment, but I can
Okay.
find that out and get back
Yep.
to you.
Yep, thank you. And on page 63, just like to know how we're going with that licence, for the hobby breeders.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So the new coordinator has come on board. I think he started this week. So one of his first objections is, or actions, sorry, is to get this permit and what it looks like and get it up and running. So,
Okay,
yes.
It's just that the dog club have a meeting tonight. They can't too early then for them to advise their members that licensing's available.
We can definitely have someone give the, so the Nanango Kennel Club, is it?
Yep.
Yep. We can definitely get somebody to just give them a chat, a call, just to give them an update on where it's at and how long it might be
Yep.
before those permits are ready, those temporary permits.
Fabulous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Dineen.
I just wanted a quick update from somebody regarding the Wandai Men's Shed, where we're up to now with the proposed site near the Wandai Hospital. Is that going along relatively well?
So I think that I might get Councillor Hyde to answer that because she's been dealing with that particular matter.
So the Wandai Men's Shed are a fantastic group. They're a very dynamic, quite a large group, very keen to find a location. We've identified several spots and tried to weigh them up, but the best one is actually Sunstruck Park, which is where the old netball courts used to be in Wandai. It does already have a firm base. It's got access to power and water. It would be ideal. It does have non-exclusive native title on that land. I've spoken to the president of the native title group, what are they called? PBC, Prescribed Body Corporate, PBC, yeah. And he's very supportive. Gary Cobbo, I think his name was, yep. Very supportive, very encouraging. So I've been in touch with the native title people in Brisbane, and at this stage haven't had a response from them. It does get very tricky because we would love the men's shed to be there, and it has non-exclusive use, so you'd think there wouldn't be a problem, but we have to go through the process, and unfortunately that does tend to involve legal people, so it tends to be expensive, and it's very difficult to how we justify spending ratepayers' funds to support a group. So we are very hopeful that will be sorted, but it's just we have to go through a number of hoops. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if Rebecca would like to add to that. Sorry, you walk in the door and you're thrown in the deep end.
So Manager Rebecca, we're just talking about Sunstruck Park and the exclusive or non-exclusive native title over it.
We discussed earlier.
Yeah, it's just council, through you, Matt Duff, it's, council will have to follow a due process for native title. It is now another process that we have to consider when we undertake land dealings or dealing with any particular reserves that have native title on them. So yeah, it's just another process that we have to adopt and get a procedure for, which we're currently talking to someone to formulate that for us.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Deb?
Thank you very much, Councillor Ros and Becca as well. Thank you.
Councillor Little?
Thank you, Mayor Cathy. I just have a question to do with the Memorandum Waste Transfer Facility. I believe that the design and the installation is happening. I'm wondering when it's going to be completed and ready for the residents of that area to use it as normal.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just have to take that one on notice, Councillor, and I'll send you back some details.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just with regards to the Kingaroy Cemetery, I'm just wondering if those discussions are still in the process of being had, or where that one is actually at right now, because the last update was the 15th of January. Thank you.
So General Manager Aaron.
I'd have to take that one on notice too, Madam Mayor, and I'll grab the details for the councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Potter, are you happy to get the feedback at a later date? Councillor Sander.
Just two things, Mayor. On page 64, it's you got Visit South Burnett partnership, and then the next one it's got by EDO and VSB. So just VSB's just got to come out of that second one.
Yeah, that would be just probably a typo.
Then on page 58, about the rainwater tanks, I've actually had a conversation with some tank companies, and I believe that we can, there'll probably be something come into the next meeting in regards to that one.
So I think we can discuss that through the budget process as well, because we are interested in working out if we can get a solution through that, or we'll just get some costings on potentially subsidising rainwater tanks. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Little.
Yes, sorry, I do have one more. The proposed tender for sale of 100 Edward Street, Wondai. So in February, it was saying that the contract has been received and should be signed off by the end of the week. So it is now the March meeting, and it's still showing up on this form. So that's on page 55.
I've just asked
Just
Lee.
wondering if
sorry.
that has actually been completed and the council has received funds.
I've just asked Leanne to come up and give an update in regards to that one, Madam Mayor, if that's okay.
That's fine. Yep. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? So it's been moved by Councillor Dineen and seconded by Councillor Little that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the next item is 11.1, adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Community Grants Program Policy Strategic 005 on page 68. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council Community Grants Program Policy Strategic 005 be adopted as amended. So we had a couple of changes. And they were that we're just changing the wording in item section 3.3 to including displaying council's logo, which will be provided. Applicants must invite the Mayor and Divisional Councillor to any event. Evidence of acknowledgement must be provided to Council when acquitting funding. So that just change the wording to include that logo, rather than sending out a logo approval form, will actually be provided on successful application. And then there's another change, which was just after on page 1 of 4, Council branded marquee, just adding in and, it was just a typo, and councillor discretionary funds. That was a typo. And then the other one was we've changed, as on Councillor Height's recommendation, from $300 per high school for the high school students' awards and $150 per primary school. So that has been included as $150 per primary school rather than $300 per school. So is everyone happy with those changes? Okay, so we've got as amended, so I'll ask someone to move that. Councillor Little, someone to second that. Councillor Dineen. So the South Burnett Regional Council Community Grants Policy Strategic 005 be adopted as amended. Any questions, comments? If not, I'll put it to Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd actually like to talk about the $500 for council discretionary funds. At one stage, it used to be 1,000. We could do up to 1,000. we've had the discussion in here before, but I would like to discuss it now because I still think that we should be allowed to do up to $1,000. We don't always do it, but you know, we have that discretion, to have that discretion that if a group needs a little bit more, that we should be able to give them that little bit more because, you know, we do also have the ability to say no.
So I'll just ask Acting CEO Kerry, does Councillor Potter need to move that be an amendment, or we just discuss it, and if we all agree to put it back in there, or how do we proceed?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I think that if we have the discussion, if everyone's in agreement, then it would just be added to the amendment of the policy and then covered off.
Okay, so I'll seek the permission. Well, just seek the feedback from the councillors on their opinion on Councillor Potter's suggestion. Councillor Height.
My understanding is that that's a different policy and we've already voted on it and made the decision. And I thought you could only revoke a decision if there's a number of people want to bring back. Otherwise, if you don't agree with the decision, do you bring it back to every subsequent meeting? We've already voted and decided on this.
It's a different policy, isn't it? Council discretionary funds is not in that.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so the councillor discretionary funds is in this policy. So a few months back, that amendment was put through in a council meeting, so separate to having the policy, the yearly or 2 yearly policy adjustment. So basically, we do have the opportunity here if we wanted to, because this is the policy that it does come under.
So it is on the bottom of page 2 of 4, council discretionary fund. At the moment, the maximum amount is $500. So Councillor Potter has suggested we change that back to $1,000. Councillor Little?
So I would just like to agree with Councillor Potter. I was against it in the very beginning. I feel that as discretionary funds for our division, that we should have the discretion to go up to $1,000 where we deem it acceptable.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Erkins.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I agree with both Councillor Potter and Councillor Little. I believe that it's all in the wording, and the wording is council's discretionary fund. So I believe it should be up to the councillors and their discretion. Personally, I'd be happy if it went to the $3,000 because, you know, there may be an occasion where somebody needs that extra, and I just believe that it is a councillor's right to be able to do that for a community group in their division. And again, I come back to councillor discretion. And, you know, it should be up to the councillors to do that. Personally, I mean, I don't think I've even given up to $500, but that's my discretion. I prefer to do smaller amounts amongst more groups. However, should there be something that came up at a particular time, I do believe that it should be my discretion as to how I spend it to the best of my community's benefit.
Thank you.
I wasn't actually here at the last debate, I'd just like to add.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Councillor Height.
Yes, I was very much keen on that it should be limited to 500. My reasoning was that if you go for a community grant, which is where you can apply for $3,000, you have to provide your financials, and it goes through a much more rigorous application process. And the councillor discretionary fund is a much less rigorous. And I think if we're giving somebody, a group, $1,000, we should see their financials. We should be able to assess it fairly through the whole team doing it, as opposed to one councillor who may not have the full information. So that's why I was keen that it was $500, and that we would encourage groups that if they needed $3,000 for a significant event, they go through the rounds, they go through the due process. So that was my thoughts on why it should be limited to $500, because I think this is ratepayers' money and we do have an obligation to ensure that we have assessed those fully, including with their financials.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Deneen?
I'd like to agree with Ros for those very reasons that she's put forward. I think that that if they need that little bit more money, then they should be going to the different type of money access from us. And I really think 500 is quite sufficient for the little things that we put it out to do. So I agree with you, Ros. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. I think that our community groups, we have the ability to say no, and if we don't agree with that, we can always take it down ourselves to, no, I don't agree with 1,000, I can't give you 1,000, but I will happily give you 500. But I think that should be up to us as councillors. You know, we know our community groups, we know the people that are asking, we understand it, and they are residents of the South Burnett anyway, all these community groups. We don't support ones that come from outside of the South Burnett. These are our residents in our divisions that we are supporting with this funding. And I do believe that we should have the ability as a council to say yay or nay up to that 1,000, because there might be a community group out there that needs funding. You know, they might need 750 for something in particular, but you know, I know they can apply through community grants. Community grants is only twice a year. So that's only twice a year. And if something comes up for a community group and it's got to be there and then that's what we're there for, to help them to that.
Thank you. Councillor Little?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So whilst I do agree in some part with what you said, Councillor Hyde, there's also, I know that I attend most of the meetings of the community groups in my division, and during the course of those meetings, they do present their financial report. So I know where my community groups stand on the amount of money that they have or don't have, as the case may be. I'd just like to give a little example of why sometimes $1,000 is a good idea. Back in when Councillor Jones, the former Councillor Jones, was the Divisional 2 councillor, the Lions Club got offered to do this big car rally, bike race thing. I can't remember, it was either car rally or a bike race. And it was at extremely short notice. And there was 3,000 people that we needed to cater for over a 3-day event. So, of course, we needed to get a cold room and lots of things because it was out on a property. And if it wasn't for the fact that Councillor Jones used his discretion and gave us $1,000 to be able to hire all of these cold rooms and things like that, we wouldn't have been able to successfully feed all those people. So sometimes we may need to have some extra funding available when it's a short notice type thing. And as I say, discretion, it's at our discretion, and we don't always have to say yes.
So just to go through the correct processes, so we, I can ask if Councillor Little and Councillor Deneen agree to change it to the $1,000 limit, but if you don't agree, we'll have to move a formal amendment to debate it. So Councillor Little, obviously you agree with, no, you don't agree with the 500, you want to change it to 1,000. Councillor Deneen, you agree or not agree to change it to 1,000? Okay, so we're going to have to go to someone moving an amendment, which would be Councillor Potter. Did you want to move an amendment that it be changed to $1,000?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Potter has moved that. I'll seek a seconder. Councillor Little. So now we'll continue the debate on this particular amendment. Any speakers for it? Everyone's spoke. Oh, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Just reminding Councillor Hyde I wasn't here on the last debate. Getting back to the financials, I agree with Councillor Little. You know, I go to my community groups and I believe that I don't even, I like to be able to offer to my community groups. When I sit at their meetings and they're discussing doing something and I see where they have a shortfall or they need assistance, I like to be able to say to them, listen, apply for my community grants. I'm happy to give you, depending on what it is they are trying to do, you know, $100 to do your line marking on your field, or $50 towards Easter eggs for your Easter egg hunt, or whatever it is. Again, you are there, you see the financial reports. It doesn't matter if they have got a healthy bank balance, I'm not going to give them $500. If they're struggling and they've got, you know, a bank balance of, you know, $500, which a lot of community clubs do have, and they're looking at putting something on for our community. And as Councillor Potter said, those people that make up these groups, they are our community, they are our ratepayers, and they are the people who make our community so great. They're volunteers looking to do things that are better, improve our community. So I am definitely in favour. Again, I come back to discretionary funds. It should be to our discretion. And if you don't want to give that extra money, you know, stand up and say, I'm sorry, I can't give it. Don't stand on, I'm not allowed to give it. Stand up and just give your opinion. Tell them that you know, there are other things you'd like to spend the money on. I can't give you $1,000 because I've got other groups that want money. But if on the occasion when you do think it's a great thing and they need that extra money, be in a position to be able to do it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Any other discussion? Did you want your Councillor Sander?
I sort of, I will support the 500. I want to keep it down there at that because it's just easier to manage, but because it spreads it around more. If you look like Councillor Deb and Councillor Potter, you've got both of them basically looking after Kingaroy. You've got Jane, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Jane looking after Nanango, and then you got, so that's basically Nanango, where Linda's got Maidenwell, Blackbutt, the Bunyas that she's got to try and spread that across. Councillor Roz has got Rarul and Memarambi, Wandai, Cumbia that she's got to try and spread them across. I've got to try and... Well, yeah, but all the little towns that you're trying to, and those little organisations that you're trying to support. I've got Mergen, Proston, Heisville. It's just easier. If it's a smaller amount, it's easier to spread that around those groups.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. I agree with what Councillor Jane has said, but we can be strong and just say 500 is the limit because we want to spread it around. You can use that as, I've actually been convinced after, because I voted the other way, but I'm actually convinced now to give some discretion. So, Councillor Erkins?
If I can just also say, it's not compulsory. We're not saying it's compulsory to give that money. We're saying it's discretion. But also, I have on many occasions been the giver and also the receiver from other councillors because they have either spent their money or they wish to spread their money a little further. And I have said to you, Mayor Cathy, last term on several things that you had run out of money, and it was a good cause, and I was more than happy to contribute. And I think I have also with Councillor Potter, and I'm sure with Councillor Little, because we border on Nanango, and there are many people that I consider my community who are actually in Councillor Little's division. But I'm more than happy to work with Councillor Little, and I think as councillors, one of our strengths is the fact that we do work together. But as I said to, again, to Councillor Heath, It's not compulsory. We're not saying you have to give 1,000. What we're saying is if something fabulous comes up in your area and you can see that $1,000 is going to make the difference as to whether they can go ahead, that you can't say, oh, look, I'm sorry, I wish I could give you 1,000, but I've got a limit of $500. And if it is something where they're asking for $1,000 and you think they're worth 250, well, sometimes it's time to, and if I can be forgiven for using the term, man up and say, I'm sorry, I can only give you $250. I mean, that is the bottom line on it. It's your discretion. It's not compulsory to give them $1,000, but you don't want to be limited when you have a committee who are struggling and just need that little bit to help them. And as I said, councillors can get in and share. If you don't have the $1,000, you might be able to get $250 from, 3 other councillors to go with yours to be able to make something happen. I think, as I said, just coming back, it's discretionary funds. It's up to a councillor's discretion. We are elected to make decisions on the whole region. And are you saying that we're not strong enough to be able to manage and budget our own discretionary funds?
Thank you for that passionate. I think that's pretty much covered off on that particular side, unless someone else wants to. Councillor Potter, you have the right to close. Okay. Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment that the councillor discretionary fund amount be amended to $1,000. So it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. So everyone happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's 5. All those against? All those against? Against is Councillor Sander and Councillor Height. So the amendment now becomes the motion, and the motion then is that it stays with the same movers and seconders. That the South Platte Regional Council Community Grants Program Policy Strategic 005 be adopted as amended. Is everyone ready to vote?
Should actually be amended to a maximum of 1,000. I think the wording isn't actually quite right.
It actually has that in the top of in brackets on the top of page 2 of 4. It's got amount maximum.
The discretionary fund be amended to $1,000. Shouldn't it be to amended to a maximum of $1,000 per application?
Yep, okay. That's fair.
Sorry.
Is the mover, Councillor Potter, you happy with that? Councillor Little, happy with that? Okay. All right, so we're ready to go to vote on the South Platte Regional Council Community Grants Policy, Strategic 005. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 5 votes to 2. Okay, so that's the situation now. We'll move to someone. We've got the groups ready for the citizenship ceremony, so I'd ask that someone move that we adjourn for morning tea. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, we're just going to reconvene the meeting, so we'll ask that someone move that we recommence the meeting. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Put to the vote, all those in favour, against, carried. Moving on to item 11.2, and that's to do with the South Bend Regional Council Trade Waste Management Policy. The officer's recommendation, it's on page 74, is that the South Bend Regional Council Trade Waste Management Policy Statutory 036 be adopted as presented. Could I have someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Discussion? Any comments? Everyone happy with the Trade Waste Management Policy? No questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.3 on page 78. The officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council Cultural Advisory and Working Group Terms of Reference Strategic 047 be adopted as presented. So that's the Culture Advisory and Working Group that we are planning to have meet monthly. So someone move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion around the Culture and Working Group's terms of reference? No discussion? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.4 on page 83, appointment of a council representative to the Toorong West Farm Community Consultative Committee. The officer's recommendation is that Councillor Ros Height be appointed as the council representative to the Toorong West Wind Farm Community Consultative Committee. Someone to move that. Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any discussion? Councillor Erkins.
Could I just ask, I know that there's a lot of talk about benefits of the Toorong West Wind Farm, and I just want to make sure that Councillor Height will make sure that those benefits flow across all divisions, not just the divisions there in that area.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Did you want to respond to that, Councillor Height?
Well, I mean, usually most of these wind farms have a community grant system, and it's in their decision on where the geographical footprint of that plan is. That's the decision of the community group.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Erkins.
Just from my experience, they have been in here, the company, liaising with the council as a whole, and I would just like to make sure that that the whole of our region do benefit from these, just not that smaller division, because there are, as I said, you know, they've come in here, they've been liaising with the whole area. If there are things that have to be done out there, it will be all ratepayers that are paying for it, not just a few ratepayers. So I'd just like to see that, I'd like Councillor Height to bear that in mind, if she has any influence.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Are we ready to vote? So it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Dineen. Councillor Height be appointed as the council representative to Toorong West Wind Farm Community Consultative Committee. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.1 on page 84. Sorry, we're going to go to 11.5. I'm going to raise a motion from the floor about the ALGA resolutions. So I'd like to move that South Bend Regional Council resolves to discuss and submit the following resolutions to the National General Assembly of Local Government. So I'll move that. Someone to second that. Councillor Potter. So we're going to now put forward some resolutions to take to the National General Assembly, because those resolutions close within a fortnight and they have to be endorsed through council. So I'd like to put forward two. One is that we reassess, we'll get the wording. Today we're only just going to put broad what we'd like to have in the motion. We won't get to specifics, but I would like to put one forward about reviewing the national heavy vehicle transport regulations, and also one about reviewing the native title regulations. Councillor Jane?
Thank you. I would also like to put forward one about some incentives to encourage investors back into the rental market to address the housing crisis across the country. I've said before that community housing, there is no way community housing is going to be able to follow that, and it is in our advocacy document. So, and I would also like to...
so if we just put a dot point there for community housing?
No, not community housing.
Oh, sorry. What was it?
Yeah. Some...
Investment incentives?
Yeah, or tax reform. Yep.
For housing?
Yep, to address homelessness and housing.
Investment.
Also, on community services, I would also like to look at the some of the onerous regulations that are put on small community groups that, for example, meals for the homelessness that small community groups are doing, and some of the regulations, if we could look at an easing of some of those regulations, and that comes under 7, for community services.
So easing of regulations for not-for-profit groups?
Yes. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I believe that might be a state issue as opposed to a federal issue.
I mean, it does, sorry, it is in our national discussion paper, and one of the things that it is in there about community groups. So maybe we can leave it with CEO Mark to see how that can be, what the actual wording is of those, to assist smaller not-for-profit groups in smaller towns. I mean, for example, if you have a football club who given a service to the youth, the number of kids that would join a football club here compared to the number of kids who would join a football club in Brisbane or Melbourne or Sydney, they have a lot more access to, funding opportunities than they do here. So,
thank you. Any other resolutions to take to conference?
Can I just say, if we think of something between now and when they've got to be in, can we send them through to CEO Mark, or do they need to come?
I don't believe so, because they have to be endorsed by the councillors.
Okay, thank you.
So if you've got any, even if it's something broad that you want raised that we can put in as a resolution in the next fortnight, this is your opportunity.
Maybe if this motion could lay on the table until after lunch, and give councillors an opportunity to think of something during the lunch period, any that didn't have the opportunity, and come back after lunch.
So that's a procedural motion. Are you moving that lay on the table?
No, that's just as a suggestion to whether that would be an option if people wanted to think of any, or if they're satisfied with what we've got there, we can just go with this motion.
Okay, we'll just see if we can get some feeling from the room. Councillor Hyde?
I don't feel comfortable voting on a motion when it says heavy vehicles. I need some wording. I need to know what we're actually voting on, not
okay, so I was actually...
So
it was heavy vehicle regulations, because I actually sent a suggestion to all of the councillors, and I sent it to copied General Manager Meehan into it, about changing the national heavy vehicle regulations so that you can get people to the property gates just for one-offs, like modifying the regulations. And it was a model from, I think it was in New South Wales.
I know that's exactly what you mean, but I would like it written down, because otherwise I'm voting on heavy vehicles. I'd like to vote on, and I mean, it's copying the something to the gate it was called, wasn't it? I did read it and I think it's great, where heavy vehicles can actually go to the properties.
So
And
if-
otherwise you've got to move stock on a
So if
rigid
you,
body to a...
thank you. If you do want more detail, we should probably lay it on the table and go get some more detail around some of these
I'll
because.
move we lay it on the table.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll bring that back after lunch. So now we're moving on to 12.1, monthly financial information on page 84. And I will hand over to the acting, or the, are you
No, I'm
acting
acting. I'm
general
acting.
manager, or are you actually?
No, I'm acting.
Okay, the manager of finance, Craig Patch,
Thank
to
you.
give us an update. Thank
you,
you.
Madam Chair. At the end of February 2025, Council's cash and cash equivalents position was just over 60 million. Restricted cash or restricted cash funds, which is a component of our cash and cash equivalents, at the end of February 2025 was 31.15 million. Council's capital expenditure program is currently sitting at 14.13 million for the 24-25 financial year. And this equates to approximately a third of the total amended budget for this financial year. And when factoring in committed costs of an additional $10 million, this would bring the capital spend to 23.85 million, or approximately 52% of the amended capital budget. All of the council's financial ratios at the end of February are within their respective target ranges, which is the best place to be. The January to June 2025 rate notices were issued on the 24th of February 2025. The discount period ends on Wednesday the 26th of March 2025, and that is in 1 week's time. So we do encourage residents to access the discount by paying their rates before Wednesday the 26th of March. Budget preparations for the 25-26 financial year continue. Finance will be meeting with managers and their teams from the various council departments to assist with the development of a draft 2026 budget for council's consideration. Budget workshops with the councillors will also commence shortly. The current financial year's third quarter budget review is about to begin, and it is anticipated that this will be presented back to council at its March council meeting. I present the February monthly financials to the chamber for their information.
Thank you, Manager Craig. Any questions to Craig? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, page 93, I'm just, with regards to the scrap steel sales, it says we're at 0%, so, and we've got a projected budget of 436,811. I'm just wondering when that income will be actually in, because I would have thought we would have had at least more than 1,000, you know, nearly $2,000 in. I'm actually a little bit concerned about that one. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. I understand it is a timing issue, that there has been a collection, and I might actually have to defer to the General Manager whose area it is, but I understand that the scrap metal has been picked up, but it's just been a timing issue as to when that will fully flow through to the accounts.
So are you happy with that response? Councillor Sander.
On page 126, we got usage of, it's hard to see with this printing, but there's restricted cash use of 110,000 for a toilet block in Megan. I want to see either a question or notice. I want a breakdown, see a breakdown of expenses for that. And also the 105,473 for the Nanango toilet block. And then up at the Kingaroy Memorial Park, there was restricted cash used as well, of 540 and 170. I just want to see a breakdown of those. I believe that was grant funding in the end, but I just want to see how it was transitioned across.
So
Yes.
Manager Craig, are you able to answer that, or do you need to take it as a question on notice?
We'll need to take that on notice, and we can provide that cost breakdown detail to all the councillors.
Thank you. So are you happy with that, Councillor Sander, that it becomes a question on notice?
Yes.
Brought back to the next council meeting?
Yep.
Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I know that when we started with our budget deliberations last year, I know that we went to departments, you especially went to our managers and sent them away several times asking them to cut the budget. We wanted to cut the budget in a successful attempt to hold rates where they were. And I would like to sincerely thank managers for, working within that budget, and staff who have, talking to staff, that you've got staff doing a lot more on their jobs than they were having to do. And, I know that in my town when I drive through, it's very well presented, and I know that the guys are working. I mean, they definitely do not have the staff that they did have before. They've had to cut back, and I do sincerely want to thank the managers right down through all the staff for that work, and thank you, Mayor, for pushing them. And I think that we've achieved pretty well for so far. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane, for the feedback. That's good feedback for the staff, and if they can spread that back to the, particularly in Nanego, the Parks and Gardens team, and those that are keeping Nanego looking amazing. So any other questions? Councillor Little.
Yes, I just have a question about the rates notices. I've had numerous phone calls and emails about the water rating charge and why it hasn't had the dollars and cents per kilolitre attached this time. And so I'm just wondering what the explanation is for that.
So Manager Craig.
Yes, great question, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. We've changed the rates notice format to try and make it a bit more user-friendly, but in the process of doing that, it seems that some information has been excluded from the current version. However, we've certainly taken that feedback back on, and next version, that level of detail we're hoping to have back into that water consumption section.
Okay, so thank you for that. There's also, I just did get one text message about, was there a difference in the price per kilolitre of water from the first rates notice to the second?
So Acting CEO, Kerry.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor. So there will have been a price adjustment for the water on this one. So when council does a resolution during its budget process for the year, we set what the water prices are going to be. Those water prices are on the consumption, so when the water has been used or utilised. So the first rates notice that everyone gets during the financial year, their usage is all prior to the start of the, before the 1st of July. So that usage on that first rate notice is always at the old water rates. So this notice, because the consumption was during this financial year, are then at the new rates that council had adopted as part of the budget process. So yeah, it can be a little bit confusing because of that, but that's the general idea of those charges.
Okay, so that would be explaining why people are saying that there was a price increase in the rates, and when I'm arguing the point that no, it's just split down the middle and it's only your consumption charge for water that should be different, I was actually giving them the wrong information.
So no, it was only the consumption charge that was changed, not any.
No, the consumption amount, but no, the cost.
Oh, the cost per
kilolitre was different.
Different, yes.
In the second part of the year. So it would have been nice to have, especially for new councillors, to have a bit of a heads up that that's how it works, because I had no idea. So I'm arguing the point with people and saying, no, it's only your consumption that would have changed, but if they actually did get charged a little bit more.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, we can definitely take that on board for the councillors. So potentially maybe what we might be able to do is when we know the rate notices are going out, we might even be able to send out to the councillors, you know, what the potential changes that the residents might see on that rate notice, so that each time you get a little bit of a update or a reminder, you know, of what potentially might come up from residents, and then you'll have that information just to know.
Thank you, Kerry. That would be great.
Councillor Hyde.
Further to that, I actually think we should put that on the rates notice so people understand, because I don't think they understand. And they were saying definitely it had gone up. And yes, I was like Councillor Little, that because I thought, no, the rate hasn't changed, it'll be the same. So I think there should possibly be a bit of
An explanation around that.
Other than that, I do think the new format, the new fonts were nice. It was a lovely fresh look. I think it looked good, but I've had lots of feedback about there wasn't the sort of opening reading and closing reading. It wasn't as clear as previous years.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Did you have any other questions? If not, we need someone to move that the monthly financial report, including capital works as at the 28th of February 2025, be received and noted. Councillor Erkins moves, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any other questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12.2 on page 132, the 2025 Youth Council nominations. So the council, so the recommendation is that council endorse, and it's been changed to 10 nominations because we had one pull out, endorse the 10 nominations received for the 2025 Youth Council, number 2, and endorse Councillor Danita Potter and Councillor Jane Erkins as the council representatives for Youth Council 2025. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Discussion. Councillor Potter.
I would just like to say that Youth Council's been going for quite a few years now, and I actually want to thank the previous council for letting me bring the Youth Council idea to our area, because there's a lot of amazing children that we have in our area, and the only way they're going to learn what goes on behind closed doors is to actually be here and experience it. So thank you very much, and I look forward to this next generation of youth.
Thank you, Councillor Potter, and I congratulate you on your passion for supporting Youth Council and helping to drive it. Councillor Dineen.
On behalf of the rest of us, Danita, your passion with this, as the Mayor said, is wonderful. Thank you very much, and you're very right. We've got an amazing group of leaders coming through. You could see that with the Mergen Show president, and that's the sort of young people we have in our region, and thank you for letting them come to us.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. Any other comments, questions? If not, it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.3 on page 134. And that is the proposal for Ringsfield House Mother's Day High Tea fundraiser. And the officer's recommendation is that council endorses a Mother's Day High Tea be held on Sunday, the 11th of May, 2025. Someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Discussion. Councillor Erkins.
I'd just like to say that this is actually an initiative of manager Rebecca Bainton. And I just want to thank Rebecca for her passion at Ringsfield House, because we had someone organise one Saturday to do the scones and they were unable to do it. And Beck stepped up, and I think she was worried that I might poison everyone if I went in and cooked them. But we honestly have a great group up there working, and we're really looking forward to Ringsfield House high tea, and I know even in the office, I know that Fiona's dad is adapting some of our tea plates into stands for us. So, you know, it's really good. And one of the things I think that I've always said is about how we are a team, and we're a team all in together. And it's so great to see that. So I'm really looking forward to the Mother's Day high tea. I'm hoping we get a good crowd, and I'd say that everyone will have to book, otherwise you won't get in, we'll be so busy. And I'm looking forward to seeing some of our councillors and our staff there for high tea.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. And the reason why it's been brought to council is because it is an event run by council for Ringsfield House. So any other questions, comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.4 on page 136, Community Grants Round 2. The officer's recommendation is that the report on approved applications for the Community Grants Program Round 2 24-25 be noted for information. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Comments, Councillor Little?
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. I just wanted to acknowledge that it seems in this round of grant applications that it's very well spread across the South Burnett, so it's not all just in the northern end. We've actually got some funds and some community groups that have applied this time around for funding from the southern end of the South Burnett. So it's good to see that it's distributed quite widely throughout the whole region.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Sander?
Just on the South Burnett Rugby League one, it's a spelling mistake.
It should be beyond the nest, N-E-S-T. So any other comments? Everyone happy to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So moving on to item number 12.5 on page 140. That's the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. And the officer's recommendation is that council receive and note the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as of the 10th of March 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Little. Any comments, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.6 on page 146, Delegated Authority Reports. The officer's recommendation is that council note and receive the Delegated Authority Report for the month of February 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.7 on page 148. And this is a development permit for material change of use for battery energy storage. The officer's recommendation is that council approve the development permit for material change of use for an undefined use battery energy storage system at 1196 Ellesmere Road, Alice Creek, and described as Lot 6 on FY 691, subject to the following conditions. And there's a list of conditions. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Erkin, someone to second that? Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Yes, it's actually good that this has come to council, and because it's impact accessible, it has enabled us to communicate this to the community, and the community have put in a range of objections, which has given us the opportunity to actually address those, which, you know, at the end of the day, it has still been recommended for approval, but at least we have given the community the opportunity. I did want to raise on MCU 3.1 the landscaping. Now, I did discuss this with the planning guys about having a 2 metre wide strip of landscaping around it to reduce the visual impact. There is also a concern that if that's close to the batteries, if there's a fire, you've added fuel, potentially fuel to the fire. But could it be a bit further out and then 5 metres? Because I feel that 2 metres isn't really a landscaping barrier. Can it be a bit further and then a bit wider? Sorry, through you, Mr.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor. Look, I have actually discussed this with some of the officers yesterday as well. The general opinion is, to be honest, we don't want any vegetation anywhere near those batteries. We don't know enough about them. This is still new technologies. We don't know what is going to exactly happen if there was to be a fire. Considering its location, although it would be nice to have a visual amenity barrier in terms of vegetation, our general view is preferably no vegetation anywhere near, and that we also encourage the applicants to obviously make certain that grass is appropriately slashed and everything else. We just don't want to see it. We don't want to take a chance, to be honest. I know it would be a nice outcome in some ways, but it could be a dangerous outcome in the wrong situation if it was to occur.
So, Councillor Hyde, are you happy with that response from Manager Simon?
I mean, I can understand the different points of view. I mean, my understanding is that whilst those batteries can catch fire, it tends to be contained within the, the container that it's in. And I'm just conscious for people who have to drive past this every day. There's an awful lot of power lines and then a battery. It really is very ugly. I would like them hidden and soften the noise as well. So, I would prefer there to be some landscaping, but further away to reduce the fire risk. Is that not an option?
It could be an option more close to the entrance and then effectively the verges and others. But again, making certain we don't affect sight lines in terms of vehicles coming in. We already will require, I've met with the applicants twice now, 3 times out on site in both my capacity as manager of planning and development, but also with previous work with infrastructure. We do need to clear some trees because some trees on the verge will
on Ellesmere Road.
Yeah, will restrict effectively sight lines for turning vehicles. Look, we could look at some vegetation over the other side of the fence line, to be very blunt, which is still a good distance away from the batteries, but we really don't want to see anything, certainly we're talking about at least 30 or 40 metres, keep the distance well back, because we don't know, there's not enough history on these batteries to know what could, if something goes wrong, what could happen. So yes, you could say we're being risk averse, but I think we need to be cautious.
Yeah, I agree with that, which is always a concern that we're getting these things and we don't know enough about them in our region. But our hands are tied when we've got to have reasons to not vote. Has got to be planning reasons. Otherwise, if we vote against it because we don't know enough about it or don't like it, it's only going to get overturned in a court because there's no planning reason for it to go ahead. Then my other concern is about the water, because I believe that is the start of the creek, which then runs into the Stewart River. There is a retention basin, so the water shouldn't be an issue.
Shouldn't be an issue, no. We've looked at that. It shouldn't be an issue there at all.
Yeah.
That location, it's not deemed. I've again looked at that issue previously with Justin Griffith, who was here with us as well. We've had a good look. We've talked with the consultants. And if I may, the consultants, I believe, and the applicants here, have tried to really work with us and the community. They were very good at staging a community event to discuss the matters. That was, we felt, is being managed well.
Thank you, Manager Simon.
Thank you.
Just on for Councillor Hyde, you have conceded that you would potentially put some vegetation. So do we need to add that as a condition?
I think we could. I think we could add that they should look at the options for vegetation more around what I call the perimeter of the site, not around the back, near the batteries, around the perimeter of the site to improve visual amenity. if I can use those words, please.
So, councillor, did you want to move that as an amendment, or like to the?
That is,
would-
put that as an amendment.
If the
so
mover
along
and seconder
I think
agree,
we can easily put an amendment to have vegetation to be planted around the peripheral
Property.
boundary of the site to improve visual amenity. That way
And
they know
soften
where
the
it's got to
noise.
go.
Yeah, and soften the noise.
So
It
if
would
we-
also do that. It does both.
so if we put that in the mover and seconder agree with it, it can become just part of the motion.
Yeah.
So do the mover and seconder agree with that? So
I'd just like to ask some questions first. I understand where Councillor Height is going, where she's asking for it to be, softened. However, also with putting things near, I know that they say that they're batteries. If one battery goes, the others are protected. But I know in very hot, dry weather, vegetation does not have to be real close for the heat that would be coming out of that for a fire. And that is, I probably am a little concerned, and I would like to know that any vegetation was definitely outside of the range of where that heat from a possible fire could go, because you see trees, you watch the bushfires when they're doing the things, and they're well ahead of the fire that they're starting and what's name. So I think, I'm in favour really of keeping it as clear, as far away from it as you can to stop that.
Through Madam Mayor, can I suggest we could amend the condition to also ask that an arborist was brought on board who would make certain that the vegetation was of such a type that had a lower velocity for potential fire impacts. There are different types of vegetation. I'm not an arborist, but I know they exist. I know I've seen this happen before, but they need to bring an arborist on board to choose the right type of vegetation that deals hopefully with noise reduction, improves visual amenity, but is not one that would so easily be inflammable.
So we just need to probably, for Helen's benefit, we probably just need to get the wording. So including, what's the wording that you'd like to put in here? And we engaging an arborist.
I think the wording should be that which should include the engagement of an arborist.
Through the engagement of an arborist.
Is to ensure the appropriate vegetation is chosen to minimise potential fire impacts, but also...
Slow down. Appropriate vegetation.
Yeah. Is chosen to reduce fire impacts and maximise noise reduction. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Specify the distance from the batteries.
No, I think that the boundaries are such that they're so well back that as long as we talk about round the peripheral boundary...
So should that be in there?
Yeah, that should be in there. We want it around the peripheral boundary.
On the boundary peripheries.
Yeah.
Periphery.
Boundary periphery of the property, of the whole property, of the block property.
Can I ask that possibly take this one offline and I liaise accordingly just with getting the words right, please?
Can we do that?
So we're going to vote on it. So okay. I just seek the acting CEO's thoughts here, because if we want to take this on, should we lay this on the table and then till we get the wording right, or just what's the way forward with this? Because Manager Simon would like to liaise with Councillor Height to get the correct wording, but we potentially need to vote on it.
Okay, I'd probably consider then if we laid it on the table, similar to the alga one, for after
lunch.
After lunch.
Yep, I'm happy
then
with
we
that.
can
If the mover and seconder.
Okay, so it's a procedural motion.
I'll move to later.
So Councillor Erkins has moved that we lay it on the table, seconded by Councillor Little. Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. So I'll bring that back after lunch with the new wording. So now we're moving on to item 12.8 on page 247. So this one is a negotiated decision for combined application for preliminary approval. And the officer's recommendation is the council approve in part to delete condition ENG 7 and refuse in part to retain original conditions ENG 17 and ENG 18 unamended. The negotiated decision request for development approval MCU 24/0002 and RAL 24/0001 for preliminary approval, including a variation request and development permit for reconfiguration of a lot, one lot into 31 lots, drainage lot and new road over 2 stages, subject to the following amended conditions. So that one is Bridget Carroll Road, Kingaroy, as lot 9, and the applicant is Hill House Development Group Proprietary Limited, care of ONF Surveyors. So would someone like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Potter, someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. So Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to bring it to the public's attention that there's only one engineering, one underwater supply that's been taken out with regards to proposed lot 1, and that's because that proposed lot already has the water supply, so therefore that actually is not needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Erkins?
Oh, sorry.
Any other comments, questions? Is everyone ready to vote? I'll put it to the chamber. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.1 on page 285. And this one is infrastructure, formation of a stakeholders committee for South Burnett Biosecurity Surveillance Program. And the officer's recommendation is that the council establish a biosecurity advisory committee by developing terms of reference and call for expression of interest for 3 positions on the advisory committee for the grazing, cropping, hay/silage industries, and delegate power to the Chief Executive Officer to appoint other parties to the advisory group as identified and required. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any questions, comments? Councillor Deneen.
I just wanted to comment and thank our staff for the job they've done so far with this. It's vitally important, especially with the rural region, that we keep on top of the biosecurity controls and limit any outbreaks in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. And what you say is absolutely right. We need to really get on top of this because since the flooding in December, January, we've had a massive amount of weed outbreaks across our region, Parthenium, giant rat's tail, just to name a few. So just very conscious of that, and that get this working group up and establish a biosecurity plan as soon as possible is what we need to do. Any other questions, comments? It's been moved by Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Sander. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.2 on page 288. And that one is the Stronger Communities Program Round 9 successful nomination. So the officer's recommendation is that council make application under the Stronger Communities Program for a tree replacement program in Wandai Parks and make contribution of $9,641 towards the project. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Did you want to comment, Councillor Height?
There was a lot of trees lost. I did speak to the manager of Parks and Gardens on ensuring that we plant the correct trees in this program. So, and a lot of trees provide shade. They're an important part of a community. We just need to make sure they are the right trees in the right place. And the manager has assured me, the manager that's just walking in has assured me that that is what will happen. So I'm happy with that, thank you. Unless the manager would like to speak on this, or are you? No, you're quite happy?
Thank you, Councillor Height.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.3 on page 297. And the officers recommend, this one is a joint application with Golden West Apprenticeships for funding to implement a work skills traineeship project. And the officers' recommendation is that Council, 1, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to investigate and prepare a joint funding submission with Queensland TAFE and Golden West Apprenticeships under the Skilling Queenslanders for Work initiative. And number 2, contribute $20,000 towards the work skills traineeship project for the purchase of equipment and materials for the trainees to use on the Council's project sites. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any questions, comments, discussion? Councillor Height.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic application. As many people would know, we struggle sometimes to get good qualified staff to apply, and actually training young people and giving them the skills that hopefully we can then offer them employment in our in the probably Parks and Gardens region. So always happy to be investing in young people in our region. So I think this is a great thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Sander.
In the officer's recommendation, number 2, it says 20,000 towards work skills, and then in the financial implications, it's got 18,000.
So, Manager Craig, did you want to comment on that one? Or Manager Leanne, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Council just provided a briefing yesterday on what that breakdown might be. So there was the inclusion of some of the materials, the hire of the fleet. So we'll need to actually access one of Council's trailers to be able to provide that. We came up with an estimate of $18,000, but there's also a little bit of unknown around PPE, so we've rounded that up to $20,000, and that's why we've included it there in the resolution for $20,000 consideration.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. Are you happy with that response?
Well,
Councillor Sander?
The financial implication will be 20,000 then, won't
It will be, yep. So we need to amend the report to cost 20,000 because it would be the same implication. Yep. So acting CEO, do we just change that as when we do the minutes agenda? Okay. Any other? Councillor Erkins.
I notice in here that the implications are to improve the environmental assets along the King Road to Kilpeven Rail Trail and Council's environmental reserves. What environmental reserves?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we were suggesting is there is a number of reserves and corridors that probably link to the rail trail. So Carroll Nature Area, Fix Crossing, Marulan Wetlands, Gordon Brook Dam Recreation Area. So they were the few that link, and then we decided that we would add in some more reserves because we've got a large number of environmental areas across the region, and we thought it would be very worthwhile for our students to get an opportunity to work in them as well. So there was also then included Goodger Environmental Reserve, Coomba Falls, Boat Mountain, Kapanik Park, Macaulay Weir, and Allen Sterling Park up at the Bunya Mountains.
Okay. And is it specifically for a certain age group?
No, I don't believe so.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice. I don't think it was when they described the program to us.
I just thought it was a great opportunity for perhaps the SES and the Rural Fire Brigade to maybe put some of their brochures on what they offer, because some of these people may be potential volunteers for these groups. And one of the things I know that I've been saying is I need younger, fitter friends, because I've worn out all my older, not so fit friends. But, you know, it may be an excellent opportunity if somewhere in there those organisations can come and explain to these people what they do for the community, and you know, it may be a good opportunity to attract some volunteers, and especially ones that will have some training already established, and they can see from there, because I believe once they go, if they were to go to the SES and the Rural Fire Brigade, there's more opportunities for them to obtain more training and more certificates, which will help them to obtain employment.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'm sure that when they have this, they normally have a celebration at the end of the project. We could have the SES and the other volunteer services there to, if they can.
Maybe even during it, otherwise you only get that little chance and they're gone. Whereas if you can do a little bit during.
So I'm sure Manager Leanne's taken that on board.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, great idea. Part of the program is that these students will actually get a certificate in chainsaw operations, so that would be a great opportunity for them to actually link with SES and the Rural Fire Brigades. So happy to make those arrangements happen throughout the program.
Thank you.
Oh, I just wanted to thank Golden West and TAFE and Leanne, Manager Leanne, for the work they've done in a very short space with this, because the proposal was brought through it to us with quite a tight time schedule, and we really appreciate the work that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. I'd actually like to add the Kingaroy Environmental Reserve on that, because that's not even there, and I don't even know whether we've done too much on that environmental reserve on the corner of Harris Road and Trong Drive areas. So I'd really love to add that one in there, if that's possible, please.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, happy to add the Kingaroy Heights Environmental Reserve as part of the program.
Thank you. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. Just to answer your question, and so Leanne doesn't have to follow up, in the guidelines here on page 301, it says this program funds community-based organisations to deliver intensive employment and training assistance over 12 months for 15 to 19-year-olds, or early school leavers and disadvantaged young people. Yeah, and so it's to transition them to the workforce, undertake further education and training, or return to school.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor
I'd like to know,
Perkins.
is Councillor Little just trying to show us up because she read the instructions?
Got to do what you got to do.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins and Councillor Little. So are we, any more questions? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 13.4 on page 303. So that one is the review of agreement between Council and Proston State School P&C Association for operation of Proston Swimming Pool. The officer's recommendation is that Council extend the Proston State School P&C Association Memorandum of Understanding to operate the Proston Pool until the 20th of April 2025 at a cost of $4,480. Someone to move that? Councillor Sander. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. Any discussion? Councillor Sander.
I believe the Proston P&C have been running the pool since November, I believe. And they've been doing a good job of keeping it open for the community during weekends and after school hours. So for the temperature's still up there, for the extra $4,480, I believe that it's probably a good outcome for the community to keep it open, get the kids out and active, put them tablets away and get them involved in sport.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Height.
I'm fully supportive. I agree with what Councillor Sander said. I love getting kids going. I also think we have an obligation to help people get their young children water safe, all those sorts of things. Can there just be a little bit of flexibility? Because the water at the pool is not heated, realistically, if we get a cold spell in 2 weeks' time, nobody is going to be using that pool. So rather than be obliged to keep it open if it turns cold, can we let them have some flexibility? Because who would want to sit there all day on a Sunday with 0 kids swimming because it's 10 degrees?
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Manager Leanne, did you want to comment on that?
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Council would be happy to have a flexible arrangement for these last 4 weeks. So we'll keep in touch with the PNC and just see what their attendance levels are like and the feedback from the community. And yes, if no children are attending, then we'll be flexible to allow them not to host or not to keep the pool open for that final week or whatever it may be.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Are you happy with that response?
I am happy with that. Just a little, I would just like to make a comment on page 305, the comparison of council's small size pools for the month of December, and just to notice the very high attendance at Wandai Pool. And I would like to commend the swimming pool manager out there that I do swim in that pool, so I do know a bit about it. The number of, we have 80, 90-year-old ladies doing aqua aerobics. We have mums and bubs out there swimming, and I absolutely love it because we have all these pools. We all know they cost an arm and a leg, but if we can help get younger people learning how to swim so they're safe in pools, if we can have our older demographic keeping fit and exercising in our pools, that's fantastic. So I really commend what they're doing at all the pools, but particularly Wandai where those numbers are so high, because I love seeing that pool being fully used. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. And I think as part of the budget deliberations, we're going to get a report back on all the pools and the usage, which will be good to know. But certainly Wandai Pool 1018, which is a good number for that month of December. So now we're ready to vote. So this is the agreement. So we'll put it's been moved by Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Hyde. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.5 on page 312. And this is the adoption of Flying Fox Roost Management Plan. The officer's recommendation is that Council adopt the Flying Fox Roost Management Plan for Blackbutt. Someone to move that, Councillor Little. Someone to second that, Councillor Potter. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor Kathy. So first off, I'd just like to thank all my fellow councillors and Mayor and Manager Leanne for the work that's been put in to this Flying Fox Roost Management Plan, and also you guys coming down to Blackbutt and talking to the people there as well. You know, whilst it's a really difficult situation and nothing that we do is actually physically going to move the bats on in the immediate future, I think just the people and residents of that area knowing that we do care enough to come and chat to them about it, and that we are working on something that can possibly alleviate some of the impacts that they're receiving, goes a long way to showing that we are a caring council, and yeah, we are concerned about how it is impacting them. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Any other? Councillor Sander.
After visiting those guys down there the other day, I would like to move a motion that we write to the Minister involved for that and get him to visit the site and actually...
So we'll just, if you want to, we'll put that one as we'll vote on this one, and then, or do you want to put a dot point, a second dot point? As part of the Roost Management Plan, we could put a dot point. Did you want to just get some wording around that, and we'll see if acting CEO agrees that it can go in as this part of this resolution? So did you want to just read the wording out for Helen? Sorry?
They rely on this resolution when we go to the department, so the management plan itself has been endorsed.
Okay,
by
that's
council.
fine.
That would just be my suggestion, and then come after that with the...
Okay, so are we ready to vote that Council adopt the Flying Fox Roost Management Plan for Blackbutt? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So I'll hand over to Councillor Sander to move an additional motion.
Well, just after visiting down there, those guys, like, we were there for, what, half an hour? And I would not like to be living there where they are with that constantly going on. And there has to be something else that can be done, and we might be able to get some help from the government in relocating or seeing what can be done legally.
So the motion would be that we write
to the Minister.
Write to the Minister, inviting him to come.
It'd be just state, wouldn't it?
Is it Manager Leanne? Is it state or Is it a state issue?
Yeah.
So that council write to the relevant minister
To visit the area or have representatives visit the area to see, to investigate possible solutions on the flying fox.
possible solutions. For
For the roost management, possible
the
solutions for the roost management.
of the flying foxes.
Roost management.
So Councillor Sanders moved that council write to the relevant minister to visit the area or have representatives visit the area to investigate possible solutions for the roost management of the flying foxes.
The flying fox roost management.
In Blackbutt. In Blackbutt. For the roost management of the flying foxes in Blackbutt. Are you happy with that wording, Councillor Sander?
Yep.
So someone to second that.
Can I, we visit the area and meet the affected residents?
Oh, yes.
I don't want, well, I don't think it achieves much for them to come up and look at the area. Yes, you can see a bat. I think they need to talk to the affected residents to understand the impact on our local residents. So yes.
We might have to put in there too, at a convenient, or what's another word for convenient, when they're there, when the bats are there, because we went there and they said that they were down to like 20%. So they said that they increase in the afternoons, and
So it's an early evening is when you need to be there?
That, by the time the minister and your representative was to come, we'll be in full force of reds and greys as well as the blacks. So
I'd like to suggest that we take out the other, just the minister, invite them. If they want to send a rep, okay, but I really want the person that's responsible for this to see what effect it has on those residents.
I don't know, if you wait for the minister to come, we'll probably have them move to a new location.
So the council, so do we want to just leave it at relevant minister or other representative, or do you just want to make it the relevant minister?
I think if you invite the relevant minister, if we do take that other wording out, then he can suggest representatives or delegate.
Okay, the council write to the relevant minister to visit the area to meet the affected residents. So do we need to put something about the appropriate time, or at? No, we think whatever time there'll be issues with. So we're not worried about that. The council write to the relevant minister to visit the area to meet the affected residents and investigate possible solutions for the roost management of the flying foxes in Blackbutt. That's been moved by Councillor Sander. And we need someone to second that. Councillor Little. So did you want to speak to that motion?
Well, I just, when we visited the site, there's the guys, they can't drink their rainwater, they can't, their cars and that are there, they can't, they said, there was one lady said that she used to be able to sit out the front and enjoy the sunset of an afternoon. And these guys can't even do that. There's people on sleeping tablets because they can't sleep because of it. I wouldn't like living there myself, and the people who make the rules need to see what's actually going on the ground, and they might adjust their rules a little bit.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other comments, discussion? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to item 13.6, removal of trees at Haley Street, Kingaroy, on page 383. Someone needs to move, I'll move that be lifted off the table. Someone to second that. Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we need to move, someone to move that we put it into confidential.
I'll move we take it into confidential.
So that's moved by Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Potter. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we've got questions on notices nil, information session nil. So would someone move that we go? I just want to just check. So we're now going to move into confidential, and we're going to be discussing 16.1, the EBA update 4. 16.2, quote SBRC Q 24/25_48, replace patching truck 2014. Item 16.3, financial hardship rates application assessment number 4232200000000. 16.4, award of SBRC Q 24/25_55 Chingura Chelmsford culvert replacement to undertake flood damage restoration works, and 16.5, award of SBRC Q 24/25_77 DRFA Reaper Zone 14 unsealed to undertake flood damage restoration works, and also the removal of trees at Haley Street, Kingaroy. Those items will be discussed. So I move that we move into confidential, seconded by...
And don't forget, we're bringing those ALGA resolutions back after lunch, and the wording about the battery around how we word that. So those two things are coming back.
Yes, so that we move into confidential. So that was... So I moved that and Councillor Potter seconded that. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone, and anyone who's listening online. So I'd like someone to move that we go into open meeting. So that's moved by Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the first item on the agenda is the 13.6, removal of trees at Haley Street. So the officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council remove the 12 large eucalyptus globulus trees from the corner of Haley Street and Albert Street, Kingaroy, and replace with 5 suitable street trees. So would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Erkins.
Yes, I'm fairly concerned. I've had a number of people complain to me about trees in the Nango they're concerned about, and I'm not happy that we're looking at taking down some trees and yet others have been not taken down. So I'd just like to make my unhappiness felt across the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Height.
I understand what Councillor Erkins is saying, that we have a lot of residents across the region concerned about trees, which is why I'm pleased that we are going to work on developing, which is the next motion we're moving, have a tree management, maintenance and planting policy, so we have a policy to back up these decisions going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other discussion? It's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Deneen. Are we ready to vote? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? 4 in favour. All those against? And 3 against. The motion is carried. So against is Councillor Erkins, Councillor Sander and Councillor Little. So 3 against are Councillor Jane Erkins, Councillor Heath Sander and Councillor Linda Little. Thank you. So now we've been in discussion and we'd like to have a policy now on the removal of trees. So the recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council develop a council-controlled tree management, maintenance and planning policy. So would someone like to move that we go down that path? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Sander. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Yes, I think this is a good move to have a policy because it then backs up our decisions. It is always very an emotive issue for many people who have trees near their houses, and I'm glad that we're going to hopefully develop a policy to manage those council-controlled trees.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion? Councillor Erkins.
Yes, I believe, as I said, in the previous thing, there are many people across this region, not only in town, there are people on small acreage that have trees sitting on footpaths. They have concerned. I've always told them that I'd report them to council sent out and have them checked to make sure that they are safe. And I'm not in favour of pulling down trees for no reason. So I look very much forward to a controlled tree management and a maintenance planning policy. One of the things that I always found very strange when I moved down to this area, which was some 45 years ago, I could not understand why we did not have in our area more trees and more mature trees. There were really no mature trees when I moved down here, and I couldn't understand why that would be. When winter came, I found why you would not plant trees that were green all year round, because in winter it is very cold. So I would love to see in this replanting policy more deciduous type trees that give us the shade in summer and give us the sun to come through in winter.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any further discussion? Are we ready to vote? It's been moved by Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Sander. South Bennett Regional Council develop a council-controlled tree management, maintenance and planning policy. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So the next item, I'll ask Councillor Sander and Councillor Erkins and Councillor Deneen to please leave because we're discussing the EBA update on item 16.1 on page 4. So the EBA update number 4, the officer's recommendation is that the report be received for information. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. If we could ask Councillor Sander and Deneen and Erkins to come back in. So the next item is 16.2, the quote for the SBRC Q2425_48 replace patching truck 2014. And the officer's recommendation is that the council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the purchase on an Ausroads patching body on a Fuso truck. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Did you want to mention something, Councillor Sander?
I think in the on the original recommendation was an Isuzu truck with an Ausroads bin. After consideration of the, I think we got a better deal, was trying to swap it with a Fuso truck and taking it to an Ausroads bin just for better quality and cheaper price.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. So it's been moved by Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. The next item is 16.3, financial hardship rates application on page 67. And the officer's recommendation, the South Bennett Regional Council, number 1, waive the $5,827.38 in water usage from the August 2024 rate notice due to the exceptional circumstances. And number 2, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to negotiate a suitable payment plan. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Little, someone to second that? Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Whilst I'm in favour of this because I think there are exceptional circumstances, I would like it. Landowners do need to take some responsibility to make sure there aren't leaks. So I'd like it to state that this is a one-off.
So are you moving an amendment?
So waive the water usage in the exceptional bit, but this is a one-off decision.
One-off decision
For this ratepayer. So if next half year it comes back really high, I would suggest that they've made no effort to find a leak or find if water's being stolen or find the solution. It needs to be a one-off so that they take some ownership of addressing the situation.
So just I think that if the decision, if it comes back, it would come back to council again if we want to. If the water usage was excessive and we needed to bring it back to council again, that would be a separate motion. Is it necessary to put as a one-off? I'll be guided by Acting CEO.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I potentially agree in this situation because, yes, when the current undetected water leaks policy has very strict guidelines on if somebody's already got one within a certain period of time, unless there's extremely exceptional circumstances, and any of those would then come to council if they're a significant nature. So you would definitely see something come back if it was to happen again. And we would then put in the report about that, you know, we've done this resolution previously, and you would have all that information. If you're happy with that.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Height? Okay. So it's been Councillor Sander?
I think the graph there shows like it's been fairly well consistently low, and then there's this spike that goes up and it's come back down again at the end of the year. So it sort of it indicates that there's something that's happened, and I don't think that they couldn't find anything. So I believe that something untoward has happened. So it does indicate that they've always been at that standard level. So I'd agree with the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Are we ready to vote? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 16.4, award of SBRC 2425_55 Tingura Chelmsford culvert replacement to undertake flood damage restoration works. So the officer's recommendation is that Cooper McCulloch Group Proprietary Limited be awarded the contract, SBRC Q-2425_55 Tingura Chelmsford culvert replacement to the value of $345,657.18, excluding GST. Someone like to move that? Councillor Sander, second by Councillor Little. Councillor Sander.
This one is a carry on from what we're trying to explain is that this is in the first section of Tingura Chelmsford Road that has already been rehabilitated, and it was recognised that one of the culverts had collapsed. Just want to point out that this has been funded not by the ratepayers, and that it's being funded from outside sources, and it's just taken this long to get the approvals through because it was apparently a sensitive through DAF, and we just got the approvals through. So the residents will see that new section dug up and the culvert replaced, but that's just how long it's taken to get the approvals through from DAF to get it upgraded. So don't be alarmed; it's not at a ratepayer's expense to get it completed.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is item 16.5. And the officer's recommendation is that Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust be awarded the contract, SBRC Q-24/25_77 DRFA Reaper Zone 14 unsealed to the value of $1,832,566.29, excluding GST. And that Yesberg Earth Moving Unit Trust be awarded additional scope to undertake flood repair work within Zone 14 unsealed road network related to damage sustained in the Burnett and Wide Bay rainfall and flooding commencing 9th of December 2024 at the discretion of the CEO. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So I've got Councillor Sander. Did you want to move this next recommendation?
Yeah, I'd like to move that the South Burnett Regional Council monitor quality assurance and materials used on all road maintenance and construction works.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Would someone like to second that? Councillor Little. Did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I've noticed over a period of time that there's been deco used instead of road base, and certain qualities of gravel have not been up to standard. And once it rains again, there's gutters down the road and washouts and stuff after that it's been repaired. Just want to ensure that the correct grades on the road and stuff are done, and the maintenance gravel and stuff that we're using on the roads is up to a quality of standard that it will last the duration. So rather than, some materials aren't suitable for roads, and I just want to make sure that we're using the correct materials on there.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Any other comments, discussion, questions? Are we ready to vote? Moved by Councillor Sanders, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the next item is 11.5, which is the ALGA conference motions. Would someone move that we lift that off the table? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we have a list of motions that we worked through over lunch. Would you like to, are they up on this? If you could put them up on the screen. Helen, I'll just read them out. Okay, so the first one is that advocacy with the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator, NHVR, be undertaken to extend the farm gate access program to allow ad hoc use of B-doubles on low-volume roads where appropriate. Number 2, that the LGAQ call on the federal government to amend the Corporations Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Act 2006 CATSI Act so that Indigenous corporations are regulated by the Australian Securities and Investments Commission, ASIC, the same as non-Indigenous corporations. Number 3, the federal government look at incentives to encourage investors back into the rental market to assist in the housing crisis. Only 3% of housing is community housing, with 90% being commercial. They have left the market in droves and need to be given incentives to encourage them back into the market. Number 4, that the South Bank Regional Council call on the federal government to improve incentives for families to help them transport younger children to kindy and make this more easily accessible to all families irrespective of income and children's age. And number 5, requests the government to reduce red tape and regulations imposed upon non-profit organisations, example food safety standards, lesser standard of compliance for not-for-profit. I've just got to get that back so I can see that. You're right. Not-for-profit groups, insurance, compliance, minimise financial reporting. So they're the 5 proposed motions to go to the ALGA conference. So did someone... I originally moved that and it was seconded by Councillor Potter. So that's been moved and seconded. So we'll just discuss the motions. Councillor Height, sorry.
This is the first we've seen half of these, and I just feel I'd like to understand the background. When there's these couple of incentives.
Sorry, Councillor Height, we have to move them today, and because the closing date is in 2 weeks' time, and they have to have been approved by council. So
should we have they should have come up at a workshop some weeks ago. We should have discussed them.
That's right. No one realised. We just found out only yesterday.
Oh, I see.
Because it was just brought to our attention that those ALGA conference resolutions closed so quickly, which is surprising because it seems way too early, but they're closing in 2 weeks. Councillor Sander? Jane, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
I'm happy to put a little more clarity around the incentives. I know that we spend a lot of time here in council discussing with different service providers about community housing. And actually 3% of rental homes are actually supplied by community housing. 90% of rental properties were private investors, mum and dad investors, and those investors have left the market in droves, which I feel has maybe not led, but definitely not helped the housing crisis. So those investors need to be brought back into the market, because unless you get them back in the market, there is absolutely no way that government and social housing will fill that gap. 90% compared to 3%, there is just no way. We spend so much time on that, and I just feel that the government do have, if they were to give some incentive to lure those people back into the market, it would mean that we would eventually get cheaper housing, hopefully, and cheaper properties so that people can buy once it's all supply and demand. And at the moment, there is lots of demand and very little supply. So that was why I brought that motion forward. But I just would like some clarification. I see that Councillor Potter has put forward about the kindy, and I just wondered whether for the federal thing, can we put anything in there about transport? I was in Brisbane on Monday, and I can tell you when I passed those buses with all those 50-cent fare holders on it, it's really, really frustrating when we come back to our region where we have absolutely no public transport. So I don't know whether this is an opportunity to lobby there or whether it should be state government. Just seeking some clarification on that from somebody.
Sorry,
So-
can I just ask about, for jumping from one topic to another, so on the topic of the rental houses, can I talk about that and then we'll go to the transport one? Otherwise we're jumping about.
Okay, Councillor Hyde.
So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Councillor Lurkins, about these rental houses and the mum and dad investors, but the houses aren't going anywhere. And my thought is investors are getting out and houses are actually being bought by people as residential owners. That's a good thing because the houses aren't disappearing. The housing market is still there. There's just less investors. So those houses aren't empty. If they're being bought by first homeowners, then that's a good thing.
Sure,
But where are the houses going?
But what about all the people who've had to move out of those rental houses because they've been bought by someone who's moved into our area, bought a house that was a rental, they've moved into it, where do those renters go? I mean, we lost over 50 rentals. So they were sold to people who came into our area. That was 50 families. If you talk to the schools, they will tell you their numbers are down. And one of the reasons their numbers are down is because a lot of the people that were in rental houses were the younger people. The older people, the more mature people, they could buy a house. The ones that were in the rental houses were people with young families. So we already had a community that was an ageing population. The Nananga High School have told me that the last 2 years, their grade 7 classes are down heaps. The primary schools will tell you their numbers are right down. They tell me St Mary's here in Kingaroy, the numbers are right down. So, you know, a lot of those families that were in those houses, you're right, we didn't lose the houses. We had more people move into the area, so then we had people who couldn't afford to buy, people, and not only young ones, but mainly young people, but people who were never ever, and I know that the state government are bringing in incentives for first homeowners, but a lot of the people in our area, they are never going to be able to buy a house. It doesn't matter how, unless the state government give them all the money and let them pay it off. They're never going to be able to buy a house. So that was why.
Thank you. Get that explained.
Councillor Sander.
I've got two things on you. Number one, with your NHVR, with B doubles going down low volume roads, we've already, in Division 5, we've got B doubles going down roads that aren't suitable for B doubles, and they're just, our roads are, what concerns me with that is our roads are already getting smashed with the weight of stuff, and then we're going to try and start putting B doubles down these roads that are unsuitable. There's going to be more dramas.
So the idea of this one is not continuous as of right, and it's to actually try and make it so that you don't get those people that are just not doing the right thing because they can't get a permit. It's for the one-offs where they're just going to do, like, not continuously. So that was what the model that they're using in New South Wales, the Farmgate Access Program. So it was raised with us by Silas Transport to try and get better outcomes, because at the moment they can't go down certain roads, and they're saying that it's actually putting more vehicles on the roads and it's causing issues with livestock safety, and because they're having to shift them, like change from a double decker to a B double or whatever on the roadside. It's not fair to the livestock, and it's also putting more transport on the roads because you've got more and more trucks where you could have a bigger truck So there was a few arguments around it, and I did get General Manager Aaron to word this particular motion. So
Hopefully we might get some federal funding to fix some of the roads.
yes. So Councillor Potter.
Well, I got one more.
Oh, sorry.
With the number 5, with the not-for-profit groups, I was at a meeting the other night, and the ATO is requesting that every member give their tax file number from this community organisation. There's a new reporting document, and the ATO is actually requesting every member's tax file number to be on that document.
I think it's only executives.
No, it was
Sure.
every financial member.
So you're supporting
so maybe
that.
we need to advocate, put something on there about the federal government, like it says there, minimise financial reporting and compliance. Well, that would fit into the compliance part, I hope.
So did you want to be more specific in the motion?
Maybe, like with your reporting, it'd probably come under your compliance part. We could put that in there as advocating for that as well in that compliance.
Can we get that checked? Get that checked if it's
Yeah.
right, put it in. But if it's not, don't put it in so we don't look stupid.
So do you want to put that as background to the actual resolution, or do you want to put it in the wording of the resolution?
Well, I think it'd fit into that compliance part, wouldn't it? Would that fit in there?
It probably would.
So less the standard of compliance. Do you want to add wording, or
Just when we go to do that, like if they write back and want a detailed breakdown, I would hope that we can just put in there about that ATO stuff.
Well, as part of the resolutions, we always put the background.
Yeah. Can I just clarify? This is not actually for our area. This is actually for local government across the thing. I actually had another one to put in there too. I don't know whether I should put it in before we continue another motion.
Do you want to just type it up and send it through? Councillor Potter.
Yep. I just want to talk to mine with regards to the kindy and everything like that. I know education is a state government issue, but the fact is there's a lot of transport issues, and there's also, a lot of this falls back onto the Australian early development census data, and we know that we're going to be failing in a lot of areas with regards to that, and I think the state government should the federal government should actually step up and start helping us with regards to that. We need more kindy places, we need more transport, we need more help for families, and more help for families is a federal government problem. So I think it's their responsibility. They should be helped.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Hyde.
I'm actually not sure. I think that's too narrow. I mean, going back to Councillor Erkin's comment about 50 cents, we have a lot of families, not only with kindy, but with children generally, and I think there should be more subsidies for transport for all rural areas, because you get it. If you live in Brisbane, for 50 cents you can catch a bus. We don't have the public transport here, therefore we should have fuel subsidies or something. I think it shouldn't be restricted to kindy. I think it should be accessible for all rural people, because we don't get that 50 cents transport. So what do we get? It is actually disadvantaging people who don't live in urban areas, because they're having to pay so much more on all sorts of transport. So whilst we don't have public transport, the only way you can do it is so should there be a fuel subsidy if you live a certain distance from town? I think it should be wider.
More than happy to change that, but it's going to be definitely good.
I'd be keen to see that a fuel subsidy for people in local government areas that have no public transport.
The fuel subsidy wouldn't help. They've got no car to put the fuel in.
Well, some people have, but there's a lot of people that do, and a lot of people will take run their neighbour over to Kingaroy if they got a subsidy.
Do you want to add that as a separate motion, or do you want to change the... Councillor Potter?
Yeah, look, I'm quite happy, but it just needs to include maybe kindy and all age students or children.
So I think it was what Councillor Hyde was saying was more, it needs to be even broader than that. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, why shouldn't it be? Why should we live in a rural area or an area which doesn't have subsidised public transport, therefore we should be compensated, because you end up with anybody who lives in Brisbane gets subsidised transport. They can catch a bus for 50 cents. If you live in any rural areas, not necessarily here, any area where there's no public transport at 50 cents, we're disadvantaged and we have to pay more. So I think it should be a subsidy on, I mean, I think fuel's the only way to do it because there isn't public transport. But I just think we're disadvantaged. We don't have 50-cent fares. So why shouldn't we have some other subsidy?
So I think what...
Registration.
So did you want to suggest some wording, perhaps that maybe Councillor Potter would agree
like
to?
what Councillor Erkin said.
But what Councillor Potter was saying was not everyone, some people are going to rely on buses. Are you talking about trying to get buses to these areas, like subsidised?
Look, whether it's whether they supply the schools and kindies with buses, or whether they give fuel. So it really shouldn't just include fuel subsidies. They should supply more buses and things like that for the kindies and everything like that for those kids.
Well,
So
if he said to call federal government to improve incentives for families through fuel subsidies and other
Public transport
public transport options through fuel subsidies and other public transport options for what?
For all areas not covered by the 50-cent fares.
So when I said about public transport, it is actually a state issue.
It is.
But maybe maybe if we had in there, owing to the fact that public transport is not available to rural areas, that they
Subsidised subsidised public transport. Because you No, you can catch the Purses bus to Brisbane, but it's not subsidised.
Oh yeah, but it's not a public transport in your town.
That's public transport, though, isn't it?
Well, it's not if you want to catch the bus, you get without it. What's I'm going to catch the bus into town to do your shopping and go home again. I mean, there is 3 days a week there's a bus runs to Caboolture, and I mean, somebody rang me up.
So do we want to say call on the federal and state governments to improve incentives for families to help them transport you?
Can I just ask, but for kindy, would that come under the school buses?
No.
They can't catch.
Kindy is separate because a lot of the kindies are privately run by different companies. And a lot of kindy is free for certain people if you're able to get your child in there. But at the moment, there's not enough kindy spaces. Some people can't get their kids to kindy.
So would that be
because they don't have the?
So
would that be federal or would that be straight out of state?
So, but the fact is, this all boils down to the Australian census data. So, Australian Early Childhood Census.
So do we want to just make it in state government to improve incentives for families to help them transport, for families to help with transportation costs,
If you want to keep
and make
that
this
out,
more easily accessible to all families through fuel subsidies? Like just leave out the young and kindy and make it sort of more broad?
But
you
should
thinking?
it be, what about our elderly people who don't drive?
Okay.
So you've said families, why shouldn't it be residents?
To improve incentives for residents.
So can I just say, the way we just worked this now has completely changed what I was thinking in the first place.
Okay.
This is a state government issue now that I think what we've put in here that should go to state government. My issue was around the Australian census data.
Oh, okay.
That's all mine was related to. And I wanted transport for kids and kindy to do. But, you know, if you think that's going to fall under the state government, that's fine. I'm more than happy to take that one out as long as we can get some help from state and or federal government for kids to get them into kindy, because you will be surprised, I think, when that census data comes out, and it's not going to be good.
So we've got other motions that we can put forward to take to the local government conference, the state one. So is your kindy one state or is it federal?
Because it was the Australian Early Development Census data, I cannot say this now, I assumed It was a federal government because it was Australian data.
Okay, so do you want to
Sorry,
revert
what does
back?
the data say?
Australian early development census data.
Yeah, what does the data say?
Well, we haven't got the new data this year, but it's not going to be agreed
But-
this year.
But you're saying we want to do this because of the data, but I don't know what the data is.
Well, this is why the South Bend Partnerships, the kids formed back in 2017, was because of this data. So,
But what does the data
the
say?
data tells us in the 5 levels of child development, which is social, emotional, and everything like that, that we are falling behind the state and national standards. So in just about all 5 of, there might be a couple that we're at par with, but we are falling behind.
But, and what's the reasons for that?
And a lot of it boils down, they do say, because the most of the childhood, child development is done within the first 1,000, 2,000 days of a child's life, and that's why kindy is so important. And I do believe, I would love to have every child in the South Bend go to kindy sessions and things like that, you know, along their things, because to me, that is extremely important.
But I'm not sure, you're saying there's not enough places. I mean, I totally agree, every child in Queensland should go to kindy, but I'm not sure that the incentives for transport is the answer, because then you said you can't get in there. So actually it should be more kindy places.
Well, it should be both, because there are people that don't get the kindy because they don't have the kids, they don't have the child.
And there's no places.
You might say that with the transport. That falls in exactly what you're saying with the transport. So if you think
That's
that,
right.
if you think it's going to be covered in that transport one, and go to the LGAQ conference again, and you more than happy to pull it out and send it to the LGAQ.
But it should be that every child has equal access to go to kindy.
Yeah, I don't think it, I think the, sorry. I don't think where we were going, I think we went, as you said, in a different direction. I think yours should stand alone. Mark can get back to us and let us know whether it should remain in there, if it's in the right place, or whether it doesn't go there. And I think then for us to lobby and to put one in for assistance to smaller communities that do not have access to public transport, for them to have a fuel rebate or fuel subsidy to, bring them, allow them to have easier transport as something separate to your motion.
Okay, so we'll get, can we,
Thoroughly confused now.
is Helen able to get the original motion of Councillor Potter's back? And so we can put that one as a separate one? Is that possible? So we'll put that forward, and then if...
I'm more than happy to take my motion out, leave that one in there, because there is quite a few. And I think Councillor Ros might be correct, and I think mine might more be a state issue.
State issue.
So I think it might be an LGAQ issue. So we might, if with the leave of you guys, I might take that out and leave it as and leave it for an LGAQ conference.
LGAQ. So if we can just get then if that's the case, thank you, Councillor Potter. We just tweak the wording of this one to get it how. No, we're just going to change that one back to how Councillor Height and Councillor Erkins want that around the fuel subsidies. So I think it's meant to be to improve incentives for residents and leave out all that part about the younger children.
Subsidised transport is a state issue. So what we are saying is we have no public transport in smaller communities. So these smaller or rural communities that have no public transport that federal government give, that we seek some subsidies, fuel subsidies, from,
compensate for the lack
no,
of
yes, sorry.
subsidised public transport.
I'm printing it out, Helen. I'm writing it out.
So, okay, so we'll let Councillor Erkins work on that one to get the wording right. So we just need to change that number 2 to that the federal, that we call on the federal government, leave out the LGAQ. Yep, that we call on the federal government. So does anyone want to discuss any of the others, or are you happy with the rest of the motions? Councillor Heidi, are you happy with the rest of them, how they read? Councillor Sander.
Could the federal government help or assist with any of our treatment plants? Water treatment and sewage treatment plant?
General Manager Aaron, I think that is a federal government. There is already a... That was the SCAP funding. That was a small community assistance program. That was a SCAP funding. I think that was the reinstate that one, which was 40% subsidy, but I think that was a state one. Could you just read that a little bit slower so that Helen can type it?
What was roads to recovery? Was that state or federal? Fed.
But they've actually upgraded. They've added to it, haven't they? They took away the local roads community assistance. Yeah, because they took it away. So number 8, we call on the federal government to reinstate the local roads and community infrastructure to continue, because didn't they take it away? Yeah. To reinstate or to continue? To continue the local roads and community infrastructure program.
And
At the same level of funding as previous?
or increased level of funding?
Yeah.
Increased. Kathy,
Yeah.
At a minimum investment of previous programs.
bearing in mind, Kathy, that once it gets down to the local government association, they actually go through all the others, and our motions quite often get combined with someone else's that's a similar, people that are calling on a similar thing, they get combined.
They'll combine them, yeah.
Yeah, I sent another one through.
Okay, so we've got
the one
one
we're talking about with the subsidy.
to replace the
So-
subsidy one.
And just reminding everyone, we're still online.
So, have you received Councillor Erkins? It's going to replace the number 4.
And look, I'm pretty confident that CEO Mark will go through them and fix up our terrible wording. And from here, Kathy, we can send the logic to Mark. Can't
Yeah, we can
for
send the
what-
background,
for our,
yes.
yeah, thanks.
So we just...
Without changing the intent, but the CEO to refine the wording.
So Councillor Erkins' wording is that small and rural communities with no public transport be given a fuel subsidy to compensate. Councillor Hyde, are you happy with that wording?
With public fuel subsidy probably covers it. I'm trying to think. I'd like to make it a bit no public, no or limited public transport. Number 3.
They have let them in droves.
But we don't actually... Councillor Erkins, that's actually background. You only put the federal government look at incentives to encourage investors back into the rental market to assist in the housing crisis, and that other part is just background. It's not part of the motion.
Yep, you can put that as background, and I'll liaise with CEO to give more information on there.
So that only 3% is even, that's also background? Oh, do you want to leave that in there?
No, I'd just leave it there, and you know, if Mark thinks it shouldn't stay there, but it is part of the.
Where's the other 7%?
So we'll just take out the part that Councillor Sander has raised. They've left the market in droves. Just cut that one. Just take that out and just put that as only 3% of housing, community housing, with 90% being commercial. That's fine. But that can be background. That's just background. That's not part of the motion. So we've got...
It's actually, just don't put commercial up there. It's commercial investors, not commercial.
So we need to add...
90% being commercial investors.
Investors.
And they're either commercial or mum and dad investors.
Commercial or mum and dad. Sorry, it's commercial.
So do you want to add that to mum and dad investors?
Yeah, mum and dad.
And being commercial investors,
No, just take commercial out and put
being
mum and dad investors.
A better word.
No, that is what they call them.
mum and dad investors.
Yeah, because they're not.
In inverted commas.
They have 1 or 2 houses. They don't have.
And if we just... Sorry, and if we just add, just put to assist in the housing crisis as, put to make it one sentence, as only 3% of housing is community housing.
Mum and
So
dad
that-
should probably be inverted commas. Sorry, Helen, we'll all
I just
attack
leave
you.
it for Mark to do that.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
he can kill.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just, we probably should have gone out of standing orders for this discussion, but I'm just saying that with regards to this, there should be the following resolutions. There probably something about CEO Mark wordsmithing, liaising with councillors to help with the wording and the intention.
Thank you.
We said the right thing before, Councillor Ros. What did we actually say before?
I think you should say, submit the following resolution. Federal Central Government, after the CEO liaises councillors about words.
Are you happy with that, acting CEO, Kerry?
Yes, happy with that. And then that way, yeah, Mark can sort of help make sure that they're in the appropriate
Without changing
language.
the intent, but just tidy up the words with his experience of so many
Yes.
algas.
Yep, that
So,
sounds good.
so we put subject to CEO Mark to editing or CEO Mark will.
He'll probably edit them and then email them back to us or something. So we're happy with the final intention because he hasn't been here for the background to what we are trying to achieve.
Okay, so are we happy now that we've got 7 motions that we're quite happy with the wording? 8 motions, we're quite happy with the wording. So it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Potter that we submit, the South Bend Regional Council resolves to discuss and submit the following resolutions to the National General Assembly of Local Government subject to minor editing by CEO Mark Pitt in conjunction with councillors. So we've got 8 resolutions there. So are you ready to vote? Put to the vote all those in favour. Against, carried. Thank you. So we've got one item left, which is item 12.7 on page 148. Would someone like to move that we lift that off the table? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Sander. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we've got the new wording. It's item number 12.7. It's the battery one on page.
The wording about the vegetation around.
I've got questions. It's laid on the table before I've got a chance.
So the new wording is that council approve the development permit for material change of use for an unidentified use battery energy storage system at 1196 Ellesmere Road, Alice Creek, and described as Lot 6 on FY 691, subject to the following conditions, including the engagement of an arborist to ensure the appropriate vegetation on the boundary periphery of the block is chosen to reduce fire impacts and maximise noise reduction and enhance visual amenity. So that's been moved by Councillor Erkins and seconded by Councillor Potter. Is everyone happy with that wording? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, look, I didn't get a chance, but I've got a few questions and things like that with regards to this BESS that I need to ask. So the first one is with regards, I know we talked about a fire break, but to me it should be a fire break with the, and then the tree barrier to help for visual amenity and for the sound. And then it should be followed by a buffer just before the fence line. And this buffer needs to be maintained and slashed. And I don't know whether this is the way it's done, but I just need to make sure that we get all of these because we can't have the tree barrier next to the fencing because we all know what happens when trees beside fences, and there needs to be that barrier, that buffer between the fence and the trees, and then there needs to be the fire break or the track around that. I would also, that's one. I would also like to ask about the B doubles and the damage in the road and whether the amount of compensation we've got in there is going to be enough. That's number 2. Number 3 is I'm curious whether all the tanks and their water storage are going to have the outlets suitable for the Rural Fire Service, and if the Rural Fire Service is going to be able to access them if needed. And also with regards to this, it's really got to be accessible because all the landholders around there have to have their places accessible and their tanks and dams accessible for the Rural Fire Service. And the last one is, will this affect the underground spring, and can we get them to set up independent water testing on a regular basis?
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So I'll hand over to Manager Simon to answer those questions.
Through the Mayor. Look, a few questions there. In terms of the BWs, look, we actually are lucky. we also control, well, on behalf of infrastructure, I am also assessing all the BW applications that come in through the heavy vehicle regulator. So not only have we got it condition as to do with the development, also all the large BWs have to put in a permit, and at the moment they're coming to me. Now that may change in the future and go back to infrastructure, but at the moment they're coming through myself. I'm checking them and I'm making certain that they have, for example, the large heavy ones have a pilot vehicle in front. They have to slow down to 10 kilometres over bridges and culverts, and there's a lot of control to make certain that they also conduct themselves appropriately in terms of speed, dust, etc. So I think we've got the heavy vehicle side reasonably well under control. There still will be some dust with what I call local construction, local cement trucks. That is inevitable in the construction phase. So there's quite a few questions there. I mean, we can probably look into probably a tree planting management plan with them about exactly the exact location of where that's to occur. I think that's possible. And so there were quite a few questions there, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So one was the BW, then it was because I needed to make sure they've got the fire break around the battery storage, then the tree for visual amenity and for sound, and then another buffer around those trees before you get to the fence line. And we need to make sure that that is maintained and mowed on a regular basis.
Then I think we're going to have to add some words, so I think there's going to need to be some additional wordings to make absolutely certain of that. As the way it stands at the moment, we're not specifically saying that. I've got to be honest.
Yep, and the other one was the spring water, whether it's going to be affected and whether we can make them set up independent water testing on a regular basis. And the other one was their water outlets for the rural fire service, whether they're able to actually take that water and use it, because all the other properties around there have to have their water accessible for the rural fire service.
Well, I mean,
have the correct fittings for them.
There will be the detention basins there that should have, no, I need to be careful here. Could be possibilities that they could run dry at certain times. So I think this issue about available water supply, I think possibly we may need to go back to the applicants and further investigate that. My concern would be if you have an extremely dry period, where are they going to source it from? Now that probably also goes for some of those other rural properties in that area.
I'm just curious, Madam Mayor, because of all this, and I don't actually want to move this today. I'd prefer if we laid this on the table so we could have a proper discussion about the barriers and everything like that. But I'd like to hear other people's opinions.
So, did you want?
I couldn't get a word in earlier.
So just just to ask a question, Manager Simon, if we chose to load this on the table to get more information, do we have timelines that we have to approve this, or is it?
Look, I think we also have an applicant who is quite open to discussions. We're already in certain discussions with them. I think this is possible within reason. I know their time frames. I think we're okay. I'd have to double check with a couple of other officers, but I believe we're actually, as long as we don't drag this out too long, I think we're okay.
So, Councillor Potter, did you want to move that we lay it on the table?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move a procedural motion to lay this matter on the table
Someone
until
to
the
second that.
April
Councillor
meeting.
Deneen, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Yeah, all those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so that's it. I think we've finished. So I think that's later. Yep.
You'll have to excuse me.